Sound test 1. Testing sound 1. Sound test 1. Sound test 1. Testing sound 1. Testing sound 2. Sound check 1. Sound check 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 Testing sound 1. Testing sound 1. Sound test 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 2. Sound test 1. Sound test 1. Testing sound on YouTube. Sound test 1. Testing sound on YouTube. Sound test 1. Testing sound on YouTube. Just doing
Phones on silent, and also laptops right down to naught. There's the volume. So this is the schedule. So we are now. Yeah. Have we started? Okay. Let's go. Are there people in the waiting room?
Sorry,
Are there people in the waiting room?
we live
Yeah,
in.
there's people already.
It's
Okay,
it's 4 minutes past 1. Sorry.
Yeah, they know we need to start.
There's 14 people in our room.
The camera that's not.
It's fine because it's not presenting at the moment, so we don't hear. Only when you
present.
There will be people coming in. Good afternoon.
Also, I'd like to look at Particularly today, why we gathered here today. This process of translate that as pretty little so importantly, Sorba Studies Conference is the work many scholars now have to learn science. Scholars recognize the importance of community histories and the Sorba linguistic technology. The importance of this conference the history reference the material culture and also cultural and as well, and also the presence of the Sogas from argument because it is quite momentous time that we can talk about the Soga. I don't think of it just as part of the collective family. And also locating the frameworks. And I think it's part of this work to be within that direction in terms of thinking of that and doing that particularly. For Brownlee, interdisciplinary studies in history, public culture, Christian studies, and the conservation of management of both tangible and intangible heritage. This gathering here today, really, in the words of Dr. Tissan, the South African special moments of recovery and constructing a society in a post-African era. The process of to include existing evidence and even escalating gems that lie hidden, scattered, and forgotten in the landscape of the past. These include men of previous generations who are under class, specialists in healing, culture, religion, theology, warfare, and many others.
We are asking Mr.
Okay. Furthermore, the statement by Professor Dr. demands scholars to research our histories and forms of being as related to the landscapes and using it as a way to address what we inherited from the public culture in public spheres in South Africa. Soga Studies is a publication to explore and to rediscover dignity, what was the system, confidence. But importantly, I think this conference, for many people, just to kind of give a bit of context, it is a work that has been happening for such a long time. There was a conversation started in 2018, which initially the idea was supposed that it was going to be a symposium, which would happen at MPI. The circumstances were so different because of many things COVID came and restrictions, so we couldn't do it. But through my colleague, and my colleagues as well, still coming, this moment when we came last year to think about how does the Soga Studies Conference work and who are we speak to and who does it address beyond just the academics. And the importance really was the moment when, for myself, when I went to Teosoga for the first time, to go look for India from Teosoga. And I was quite surprised as to the grave site itself is declared as a national heritage site. And then the question today in the contemporary time is, what is the contemporary, what is a national heritage site? Art status religion. What about more his? What about that of his mother? What about that of his father? Nephews, nieces, What about Teosoga as a space? What about England as a space, as a mission state, which ought to also be a religious site? And importantly, I think this work really, it is work that debate on non-Muslim, but also just to critically think about the outcome that is left us, the legacy. And
So I'm not thinking about so you take that away. And you're like,
so discovering the question that I pose as to what is Islam? It is a question that is not posed to just us who are gathering here, but also to everyone who is invested and interested in the work of Soga, not just his work, but also that of his contemporaries. Because the important thing about the work is, as scholars ought to be doing, is to situate within a context of family. Understand that when one was a baby kaya, and importantly, is to understand that and those things are very much important to, as we talk about, or in the next few days, we think, we grapple with ideas, we synthesize as to what is it that it means to be here now, and to think about Soga studies. But also importantly, I think it is to think importantly around scholarship such as what does it mean to think about conservation of the built environment, and that who has ownership to that, to what extent, what is a living archive, and who owns the living archive, who is part of it, and what ways to speak about it, and how and what ways to write about it. And the important thing and the impetus of this scholarship today, which starts today, is that in the next coming few days, we'll have various scholars, professionals who come from different disciplines, who will give us insights as to how we grappling with the legacy that Unfundis has left, not just of his, but also that of his contemporaries, but also to synthesize as to what does it mean as to Uguzarwa, what does it mean to be Umrik? When Mamotisani states that where it was, what does that mean? How do we contextualize that? How do we grapple with the notion of Ubalitwasa? And what type of Itwasa was he? Which is a conversation and a moment that I think this conference will espouse. And I think the most important thing also to consider and to factor, or rather how it culminated to the conference, was how do we think about situational knowledge? And when we say situational knowledge, we talk about knowledge which doesn't sit within academy. What about Omakulu, who has this history? What about Omagaz or Dabao, who has this history? And where exactly is it situated? Because we have to give context to it. And I think in the next coming few days, we will be thinking and grappling about these notions of what does it mean to be here? What is a legacy of Soga? And what does it mean to everyone? And various scholars will be engaging with the Sorba Studies Conference. At this point in time, I will be giving over to my colleague, Joanne, to expand and also to further welcome the new guests. Thank you.
It's fine. Thank you. I'm good. Can you stop sharing, Kayla? Yeah, screen share. Cool. Is that better?
Yep, and from beginning.
No.
Thank you to the technical people, because technical stuff is not my forte, and I'm always grateful to people with better knowledge than my own. Welcome everybody, greetings everyone, and as school said, Skumbuzo, who I call school, welcome to this first ever Soga Studies Conference. We are so glad that you are with us, and we are actually doing this. Woohoo! It's been it's the beginning of the middle, I guess, of many years almost, but definitely months of very hard work. And many thanks are immediately due, as school said, to Professor Bongani Mulunga, who most generously and steadfastly agreed to host and support us in this conference. Dr. Mulunga has sent his apologies, as he has unfortunately been called away at short notice and will not be joining us today, and hopefully he will be joining us online tomorrow. Thanks also to Professor Mulunga's team, Vanessa Miller, Emilia Kamena, and Andiswa Chali. You have turned what was a dream for Sikumbuzo and myself into a reality. Thank you for everything. I'm extremely grateful. We hope that the legacy that we build here over the next 2 days will honor and match your commitment. So we wanted to hold this conference for a number of reasons. The most urgent for me was to center the Soga descendants in these discussions. Soga family members and descendants live all over the globe, and getting everyone together, even just to meet each other, would be a landmark achievement, we considered. Furthermore, scholarship on Soga has reached the stage where we simply cannot go on with the work until we have incorporated perspectives and opinions of the family. For example, there are decisions over the many divergent spellings of names of the Soga children, which spellings are legitimate. So we have Kirkland Allen Sorga, the third born Sorga child, third born Sorga son, who is also called Alan or Alan Kirkland, and he used both names himself. We also have Festiri Jotello, who is sometimes called Jotello Festiri, also Jotella, and in the big meeting we've just had, we have ruled out that Jotella, it's not supposed to be ending on an A, and contemporary scholarship needs to take this on board as we move forward. Mistakes that existed in the past, we accept, but moving forward, that I'm a word person, so it matters to me how many L's are in a word and if it ends on an O or an A. So we need to discuss also the founding of a Soga Memorial Foundation or fund into which the royalties for permissions are paid, the safeguarding of relevant sites, as school has said, and declaration of their national importance, and what to do about heirlooms. Fortunately, this morning's meeting was able to achieve many of these aims. We welcomed family from Scotland, England, Cape Town, Johannesburg, East London, although the Pretoria family were unable to attend, and that in itself was absolutely rewarding. We'd like to welcome everyone again in this globalized context. Welcome. Even if we don't answer or even ask every single question, we are well on our way to sustained and fruitful collaboration. Mpezi asked me, where are we going? I said, I don't know, but we're going there. The first steps have been taken towards it, and those are the most important and indeed arduous. and we still have the rest of the conference to go. The joint second most urgent issue for me was just to check that I'm okay with everybody at the back there. Great. The joint second most urgent issue for me was to bring the growing number of scholars working on Sorga studies with whom I am in regular contact together to allow people to learn of each other's scholarship and potentially share resources. There are scholars working all over the world on Sorga studies. Welcome, scholars. Sorga is such a compelling and complex individual. The Reverend Teo, that means. His life story, his marriage choice, his position regarding his theological and intellectual heritages, his political heritage, so long denied but increasingly fascinating, his writings, his early death, and these same 7 most successful children, his legacy, so intriguing, fascinating, that all who encounter him and these issues and children fall under their spell, donating years of their lives to archival research in obscure libraries and ancient texts, to uncover more clues about any aspect possible. And steadfastly, the scholarship on Rev Sorga is growing. We would like to see who Sorga has become in world knowledge. This is true for academic and theoretical scholars, and for those who are seeking more creative and modern interpretations of Sorga, and whose inspiration is towards creative expression through performance. And we are so pleased and relieved to be opening our space with several interventions each day, which will also allow us to present new insights into the enigmas that are Reverend Sorga and his family, and the complexities of their lives and milieu. This is more of a decolonial agenda, where the context or contexts of presentation and representation of Sorga and his milieu and legacy are dislocated from the archives and historical realm and resituated, interrogating stable received knowledges and creating newness. When I was growing up, I was always told the point of education is not to know the old, but to bring the new. And so I take it as my job to do that. Of course, the added benefit of introducing the scholars to one another in a conference such as this one is that we can update every single audience member who is interested in Sorga studies on these developments simultaneously, all together at the same time. And we believe that we are being joined by hundreds of people over the course of the next 3 days. Thank you for signing up. Thank you for joining us. This hard-won research placed together would advance Sorga studies by decades, we hope. So we went about organizing this conference in a slightly different way. First of all, there are no parallel sessions, so that everyone here is able to choose to listen to all papers rather than prioritize. And we all have the same access to the same knowledge at the same time, but we do not expect that it will have the same meaning for each and every member. We are hoping that even further different strands of Sorga studies will develop through continued reinterpretation. We offered slots ranging from 10 minutes to an hour. In fact, I think it was even 5 minutes to an hour, but no one took the 5-minute options. So that within each panel, you will hear papers of varying lengths according to the needs of the speakers rather than the needs of the conference. Many of those whose scholarship is not ready for presentation have registered as listeners and observers and have agreed to answer questions or provide clarity if the need should arise, especially in Heritage Panel 3 tomorrow. So instead of having a kind of a top-down talkers, listeners situation, we will be able to call on people just to quickly check information as we're moving, and we hope that that works. Dialogistic rather than monologistic. This leads to the third most important inspiration for this conference, which we hope to achieve as an outcome, namely the development of an archive for Sorga studies. Currently, a scholar on Sorga or his legacy or on any of his family members has to comb through each and every library anew, asking the same questions of the same librarians. As we will see today, people have spent lifetimes involved in this deepest research on just one aspect of the work. And we all agree willingly that just one is more than one life's work. When I first began this research, I would contact research libraries which I considered would have Soga holdings and request them. Routinely, I was told there was no Soga box, no Soga folder. His letters were in other people's holdings, a subsection of their more important lives. No one knew why that was, other than that was the way it was. But were we to have a place where all these resources are together, say a Soga center, now that would make a difference. We aim to tackle the question of how to build the Soga archive this tomorrow morning in panel 3, where to build it, how to lodge items within it, and how to expand it. To that end, we will record all of the work presented here to be made available as a digital archive. And so, of course, I need to thank Matthew and Kayla, who have joined us to do exactly that. And good luck. We also hope to publish the papers and interventions as an edited book of the proceedings, so that the scholarship is easily available not only to ourselves, but also to the new generations. We have shortlisted 2 potential publishers and will contact them in the next week to begin negotiations around the publication. Now, those in the audience, wherever you are in the world, we invite all and any who wish to write reports or reflections on the panels and the interventions or reviews to go right ahead and email them to us. We aim to publish them alongside the papers. We would like to have as many voices present in that text as possible. Lastly, which isn't actually lastly, I would like to honor a few absent friends whose works have aided us so much and in effect have brought us to this point. Firstly, the Reverend George MacArthur, a Scottish Presbyterian missionary to the Piri mission in the 1980s and 90s, Piri in South Africa, who began a genealogy of the Soga descendants and contacted people who had no idea of their heritage throughout Scotland, knocking on their door in approximately 2003 to say, do you know that you are the grandchild of the Reverend Teosoga, one of Africa's greatest intellectual heroes? People were totally flummoxed, but without his work, we would have had a much harder task to find everyone and connect with him then. And Reverend George MacArthur was also very kind to me. I knew him before he was born, before he died, I beg your pardon. He was very kind to me, very supportive of my work, and gave me access to work of his. I'm sure he would have given it to anybody who wanted it. And I do miss him, and I do wish that he were here to see what his work originally has led to put us together. Secondly, Donovan Williams, Professor Donovan Williams, who unfortunately is recently deceased, a pioneer researcher into Soga's life, who published a biography of Soga in 1978 and his collected works in 1983, and was also very important to me, helping me see so many things in my early scholarship. Without his careful scholarship and that of the team under Reverend Jolobe, we would not be where we are today either. I well remember the day in November 2006. I went to the British Museum to see the Soga holdings where Williams last used them, to be told that they were not there but at the British Library. I showed them my notes. He wrote museum, not library. But Donovan Williams does not make mistakes, I told them. They insisted that everything had been moved 4 and a bit blocks northeast. I actually walked out backwards, refusing to believe that they were telling me the truth, but they were. Williams did so much for Soga studies, as did Williams and my, if I may, friend Chris Saunders. We would just like to pay our respect to Professor Williams, who was such a help. Professor Saunders has not given a paper here, but is one of those who is around to listen and answer questions as we go. Then there's Ntongela Masilela, who to my mind kept Soga's name alive and centered Soga's relationship with modernity and with contemporary South Africa, because in the early 2000s, he was the first to put good information onto the internet, which was freely available to all who performed even a cursory search for Soga, and focused especially on developing Soga's reputation as an Africanist, felicitous to African culture and lives. His web pages are still open, even though he died. Regrettably, as I say, he too has passed away. We miss him, we miss his guidance as we move through this material now. There's also Reverend Gideon Cabela, who has also recently passed away. His pioneering study into Soga spiritual theology was published in 1996, the same year as that of Professor Leon de Cark's. And in a very sad way, I think that Leon de Cark's work eclipsed that of Gideon Cabela, which needn't have been the case. And his work, Cabela's work, is actually the start to the study of Reverend Soga's biblical hermeneutics, which is the world in which I find myself now. Then there's also Professor Willem Simon, whose important research in 19th century missionary history in South Africa, and Reverend Vuyani Velem, to whom Soga was this colossal figure and pioneer of Black African Christianity. Velem wrote and preached with Soga as his subject, discussing his positioning as a subject and as a religious speaker. He noted that that Soga's song, his hymn, Liza Lisa Dingo Lako, is the second most closely associated with anti-apartheid struggle, and sometimes even called the anthem of anti-apartheid struggle. This very fact shows that his lyrics are interpreted as a spreader of tales of freedom, and that freedom is national in the South African situation. And finally, a quick call for some invisible friends. Cliff Dikeni and Mlinga Mclaren Njeza. We have not been able to find either of these two gentlemen and scholars to invite them to this conference. If anyone here or on the line knows where either of these two gentlemen is, could you please, or both, even better, could you please contact them now and invite them? Just send the links. We will welcome both as participants and speakers, and they're able to have the floor as they wish. On Cliff Dikeni, I'm often asked how I got into Soga studies. And Cliff Dikeni was a lecturer at UCT when I was there studying African languages and literatures, where I studied Xhosa as an undergrad. And he was the first person to talk to me to my class about Reverend Soga's works. Reverend Soga wasn't on the curriculum, but Cliff got cross one day and he said, everything here is on the reading list. You can go to the library, you can read it. I'm saying it to you twice. You're going to hear it from me, then you go to the library. But I want to tell you something you will not find on the curriculum and you will struggle to find in the library. And it's the story of a young boy who goes overseas in 1846. My elbows went on the desk. And if it weren't, and he did say, if anyone ever asks you, tell them you heard it here first. So Cliff, I'm telling them I heard it with you first. And now to our new friends, scholars whose work has expanded our understanding. Let's go there. But before we do, I need to just confess one errata. And that is, could everyone please add, how do I get to the next slide? Hold on. I'm using a computer that I'm unfamiliar with. There we go. No. Could anyone please add to your, thank you, Vanessa. And one more. Oh, that's Vuyani Velem. Sorry. Could everybody please add to their programs for Friday, the 25th of March, in the first panel, Bongani Njalo Intervention Screening. That's Friday, the 25th at 10:40 at the end of the first panel. Bongani Njalo screening, intervention screening. Gremlins set in and we somehow missed Bongani's film on the program and the schedule. Apologies and welcome Bongani. And that is me. Thank you. Are there any questions or interventions, observations? Okay. Perfect. In that case, we will reconvene in 10 minutes and start the beginning of panel 2 at 2 o'clock South Africa time, 12 o'clock UK time, as on the program. And we'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you. Are we on pause on the? Yeah, that's fine.
Just make sure. Also,
Do you know?
don't know who understood well. You know, so we could hear you very clearly.
Great.
There we go. Can I
Yes.
not close it? Minimize it.
No, you can close it because the next one will be a different one.
You wanna see it?
No, it's not. This Mandisi. Hi, Vivian.
Hello.
Give me a second. I'll tell you now.
Yeah, right. I'm a bit worried about the technology.
Yeah, right. I'm a bit worried about the technology.
I know, it's always a worrisome thing. I worry about it all the time too.
There's a bit of a lag, I think, on the voice.
There's a bit of
You are right, I can hear it now too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Who knows?
Can everyone else hear it? Who's joined? Apparently we can, everything's well audible to everyone. Vivian is in Cape Town. You're in Cape Town, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I just think there was a bit of a lag on the line, so to speak, so that I was saying something, it was coming through a bit later, but it may be that it's just that I'm hearing it there later. I don't know, I'm sure it's fine, Joe. I'm sure it's fine, and you'll start us off, sort of thing, where you'll drop a flag or when we should start the session. You'll let us know. And how's it going?
when we should start the session.
Yeah.
So people are ready. So I'll jump up when in 2 minutes when Tando's up, and then between the speakers, it's up to you. It will go back to you.
Yeah, and we'll play it a little bit by ear in terms of the interval, roughly midway, but obviously it depends on exact timing, but probably round about 3:30 or so, but we might take 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. But play it by ear a little bit.
That's perfect.
In terms of how long we take, yeah. Whether we have 3 papers or 4 papers, or all fine, we'll
well,
see.
You're the chancellor, you're the boss.
Yeah. I've got some water anyway.
Apparently the lag is not bad at all on the screen.
No, not so bad.
So that's great.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
It's true. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute because I'm going to go outside and get everyone to come inside very loudly.
Sorry?
Vivian.
Oh, hi. Yes, hello. Hi, is that Matthew?
Sorry, I'm just trying to hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can just say, are we just doing a quick sound test for you?
Sure.
Can just say something? Yeah.
Well, all right. It's a great pleasure to be here virtually with you, although I'm speaking from Cape Town, obviously.
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right in Johannesburg?
We can hear you, and right now there's no lag on this side. Just speak again. I've got Joe here.
Okay, I'll speak again, and thank you. I hope there isn't any lag, and I can see you now as well, which is very good. And I probably don't need to wear a mask because I'm a long way away from you. The social distance, unfortunately, large. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is the sound all right, do you think?
Perfect now. We're going to switch.
Great. Okay. Lovely, thank you. Just tell me when you, yeah, we start in a minute or two, shall we?
Yeah, no problem. We'll wait for the go ahead from Joe.
All right.
Vivian, over to you.
All right, okay. I take it that it's the go for this afternoon session. Shall I start? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to just begin by thanking Joe and all others involved in the organizing this conference for the honor of asking me to chair what promises to be, I think, a fascinating session with 5 very interesting papers, or certainly they seem to be very interesting papers, which I'm sure will offer a wide variety of insights and opinions. And I think just a couple of reflections, literally a paragraph or so of my own, I think, from studying a lot of people who have studied the fascinating life of Teosoga before us, if you like, now, is that while trying to understand Teosoga myself, I realized in looking at how others had interpreted him, that very often they revealed as much about themselves and the times and places in which they were living as they did about Teosoga in what they had to say about him. I think there was a novelist called L.P. Hartley who said it's a great challenge to anybody really to understand the past. I think the exact quote was something like, the past is a different country, they did things very differently then. I think it's a challenge for us to understand an individual, and as particularly sort of individual as complex and multi-layered as Teosoga, from the vantage point of the times we live in ways in which he might really have recognized himself. I think very often our views can be influenced, of course, by our own self-identities, by our own passions, interests, politics, and the particular societies and times in which we are living and in which we are writing and thinking about him. So I think without any more ado, though, I'd like to start the session off and perhaps just to remind in the gentlest and most diplomatic way our wonderful array of speakers to try to keep to more or less the time that you've told Joe you would speak for, so that we can have plenty of room, I think, for discussion towards the end of this session. So if you promised, 50 minutes, try to keep 50 minutes. If you promised whatever it is, try to keep to that. I think it's my duty as a chair to possibly suddenly sort of speak from Cape Town if you go over, by more than a few minutes. I'll politely try to tell you that. I think the other thing is that we will possibly take, well, we will take a short break, roughly halfway through, but of course it does depend on the timing of papers, exactly when that'll be. But we will have a short convenience break in the middle of the session. And as I say, want to leave lots of time for discussion afterwards. Anyway, I will shut up now. I'm going to listen with great interest to what we're going to be hearing now. And I'm not going to introduce the speakers in any detail because I think you've got their biographical institutional details. Obviously online, you'll be able to read that. So all I'm going to do is to mention the name of the speaker and invite them to start their presentation. And again, great honor to start with Thando Mama as our first speaker today. And Thando, would you like perhaps just to introduce your paper and please proceed.
Thank you. Just to share my screen as indicated before I start. So just slides behind. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Oh yeah, it's the slide thing. Sorry. Good afternoon. I hope we are all fine this afternoon. First of all, I think I'd like to thank the conveners and organizers of this conference, and obviously the invitation to present something to the people here today. Also, in terms of the introduction, I'm based in Eastern Cape, at the game or Ecclesi, Lalisas Ecclesi. I work at University of Fort Hare, teaching there in art history and student lectures. So then I go to a point that I must admit that I'm not a scholar of Soga. So this is kind of a challenge for me that the Uskumbuzo, they kind of throw it to me. But anyway, I was working with this title on contemplating place and relation towards the Soga reading. For me, I see it as an intervention on Umfundisi Soga's legacy, which for me has been kind of hard to start going. Why? Because that Umfundisi Soga have been a constant kind of presence in my life, but not kind of a significant way, because it was through books, church hymns, scholarly work. But at the same time, I was faced with kind of trying to run away from this kind of work because it's associated with missionary work, of which my own kind of research is not as close to that kind of area, because my area is on memory, commemoration, and place, and art history, obviously. So I had to, the second part of it that kind of made it kind of hard, I still have to accept African missionary work impact on our social political landscape. in the country. I know there's a lot of work that has been done and on that, but for me, I still have to kind of accept that kind of legacy, because as you will see, my family as well is implicated in that process. That aspect, then I have to look at is when to start this kind of research as well. That I have been grasping with. I think the well-known one for us as well, I think most people, is the story of conversion of one of the first Xhosa chiefs to Christianity, Unkosi Ukama Kaxhungwa. Nkosi Kama Kaxhungwa's brother as well, Unkosi Mama Kaxhungwa, Nkosi Kope Kaxhungwa, followed him. So his their descendants or sons then went into missionary work by starting to go to missionary schools at Hilltown and at Lovedale. So I know Joe is talking about just on the side with Boise. Boise was a brother to my great-great-great-father, James Mama. So, but James Mama actually carried on with his work of being in traditional leaders, while his younger brother went on to missionary work, and their sons as well. So for me, that is that kind of space that I kind of find myself in and trying to get into grips with. But for me, I was kind of really focused on a way on my grandfather, Mfundisi Walford, Mama. And then I'll kind of touch upon how he connects with Soga in this case. So, yeah. So I'll begin my presentation now to kind of as a context to contextualize our position with Soga within the concept of place, not place as a spot or a space that is found somewhere, but in locality or positioning for the purpose of placing Soga on our history. That is, Soga, discussing Soga's place, not only as a missionary understanding, but a personal perspective, even though it might be removed in terms of space and time. This obligation, duty, sort of accountability for the reading of Soga have to take place or take a place as a form of testimony amongst believers of Soga's work. So my short presentation, I hope is shorter than 25 minutes, actually is kind of spread out in three kind of sides in terms of how I approach the reading of Mfundisi Soga. The first area or first side is on the relations or ties in terms of relation, like this kindred connection, whether by blood or by marriage, that affirms this ukuzalana. We know Ngesintu is an idea that we kind of hold quite high in terms of immediate family and interrelated families. This morning, Skhumbuzo have actually in his introduction asked us kind of aspect of acknowledging relations of Mfundisi Soga in scholarly research, and for me, I find it's a necessary exercise, because the same question that he was raising in the introduction was that we see this Etutuha with Umfunzi Soga's grave alone, without any connections to the broader family. So this relation to Soga comes from a maternal side of the family. My mother, Umamkwashu, great grandmother, I was a daughter of old Soga. She was quite proud of her kind of relationship to her granny, I think the way that they call her, Umamjwa. And then she was quite fondly remembered by her grandchildren, Mgwali, at that time. So there's this kind of sense from my mother's family, perhaps this fondness about her that is reflected to how Amajwaka have been considered from my mother's family, Mgwali. So what is so those my parents from my mother's side, my mother's father and grandmother. So the woman that kind of that my grandmother is Mom Tuata. So what is Mgwali to me? As a side, it is a home, a place that we will spend holidays. Where I don't know how to call it, but you call it Quatri, and there's a reason why it's called Quatri, But they were born were 5, and then they were actually moved by the trust to these areas. So this visit to my grandmother, especially in her kind of later years, was a place for me and my siblings and cousins and so forth to have this kind of sense of belonging as well, because we didn't actually spend a lot of time on my father's side, which is where I stay now in Blessing. So by whether we attending church or we going to my grandmother's home down there, the village. But at the same time, that time spent there was also, in a funny way, political awareness, especially the situation around the mid-1980s in Mgwali. Where you constantly hear this, I don't know whether it was a slogan that they were saying Asiambe Mgwali, in terms of forced removals. So this kind of violent nature of apartheid system that ruptured some of the families. I know by my families from mother's side, some of them actually moved to Frankfurt and Dagan and so forth. So those things were happening there, and also the stories that we had that some of the traditional headmen there were actually killed, in those kind of process. So that is another side in terms of how kind of gradually was exposed to the legacy of Soga within that context. Obviously, the church formed a huge part of it because we will go there, and obviously, in one way or another, this relation with Amatuaka will come as well in those settings. But we're young, so now when you kind of grow up, you kind of, in terms of memory, recall and remember and try to make sense of that background. So the second side, just quickly, this is my mother, I think about late 1950s, Mgwali. This is family home in the front, and then this is a family gathering kind of years later in the 1980s, and then quite recent. Nothing has changed really. This is 2020, kind of spent Christmas there. But then the second side for me, in terms of trying to understand or read Soga, in terms of the impact or legacy that he had on me personally, have to do with a tutuha. You asked me why I do have so many homes. Tutuha was my home as well, because Umfundisi Walford Mama ended being stationed there. So he actually ended up staying there, and my father started to work around the Transkei as well, and then they settled there as well. But the most memorable kind of experience for me that I can kind of recall growing up from in the Transkei was my home at 13. If people, let's say, Tutuha know 13. These numbers, I don't know, but 13, which is quite close to the old mission station. That old Victorian building, which actually we spent a number of Sunday afternoon. We, as children, we dread it because we just want to go home and play, but you had to just go to this big Victorian house. But it was wonderful because it was a big yard. I don't know how many rooms, lounges, kitchens and stuff. So it was a place that we actually, it was another kind of second home whilst actually being there. And obviously the role that my father actually played in the church throughout my early life also was there. So within to as a mission, because we might understand that Tutuha is kind of split as well. There's a mission and there's Ilal and other areas as well. That is also the legacy of missionary kind of intervention in terms of land or spatial kind of use, because in the mission area, there's certain kind of Christian values and practices that people in the village, Sonoma village, will not do. So people, if you, at home, we grew up not actually performing some of the traditional rituals because we're at the mission area, you know. So that is also another kind of an aspect that also, in a way, for some, a long time have a legacy to divide community and families as well. Nonetheless, an interesting experience, keep on moving this side, an interesting experience for us as children were also especially when we went to the church, Yasekhabe in Tutuha, there were graves or cemeteries at the churchyard, at the back of the churchyard. We actually played around it. I know they were kind of fenced off, but we played around them. But what we noticed is there was English, Scottish, European names in there. Reverend so I can't recall. I haven't been back home for a long time. But all these kind of English, Scottish, European names that were there. So one would wonder how they got there. As children, we wonder why you got there. Because for us, there were no white reverends at Tutuha at that time. Perhaps, but also one kind of aspect that we started to notice as well was the Teosoga's grave. Not unlike the ones in the church, it was kind of removed from those white kind of missionaries. I know we should, personally, I will not read too much into it, but it's something that we worth noting, you know, in terms of because it's quite a distance. Maybe it's about 500 or so meters from the actual church, you know. But it's still within the mission station area. So, but what actually, in terms of this connection as well, in terms of this site, because right next to Reverend Teosoga's grave is its proximity to our own cemetery or family plot at Tutuha, within the mission area as well. So as in our kind of childhood wonder, we are kind of amazed at this kind of lonely kind of, at that time, because recently they've actually built this kind of monument, but before it was kind of simple, plain grave site with this kind of almost triangular kind of slab, but very old, and with thick, heavy chains around, and just Soga on the day. And it was enclosed as well. So for us, this enclosure, this stone enclosure, was kind of the one, because none of other graves at all around were like it. But also at the same time, Teosoga's grave were unlike the white cemetery or grave stones in the churchyard. So for us, it was also a fascination. And no, we're not really allowed to play around, but we kind of played around the grave at that time without actually knowing. But anyway, I'll just leave that. So it's just.
I think you're coming. If you could possibly finish off your remarks. Thank you.
Third, time. The third side of this kind of reading for me, so is associated with my paternal side of the family. It was either maybe Utata William Anderson Soga or John Haddon Soga that might have actually called my grandfather, Umfunsi Walford Mama, to serve the community of Umfuat. From the mission station from Edigeni, because he was before that Edigeni, and also was one of the people within that missionary society that was responsible with education, missionary education. I think in the 20s or 30s, if I'm not mistaken, still the research is still ongoing. But for a fact, I know for a fact that they all belong to the Bantu Union of the Cape Province. I think then some of those kind of interaction might actually been happening there. So it was here, both Mgwali and Etutuha that my grandfather kind of spent most of his time. It's something that is worth noting as well, because once one actually commits to the missionary work, they hardly connect with their own homes. So from Edigeni, and also because my grandfather married to a daughter of Umahongo, Reverend Mahongo what is this now? Just the name, but in Queenstown. So they were between there, and then they went to Gideon. Then from there, they kept on moving further and further away from their birthplaces. So most of these kind of missionaries have to do with this disassociation with their own roots in terms of him. They'll go back and forth, perhaps, in terms of with their funerals and whatsoever. But the main connection to the place of birth, for me, I find it something, with this word, perhaps it's something that other scholars might look into.
Could you be finishing off
this
now?
kind of biographic background propped from an investigative response to this kind of multi-perspective of Soga's memory. Yeah. So I'll jump into my conclusion, which is not that long, but just to tie all these kind of sides, really, yeah, tie these sides, because they tie together for me. I'm not sure. And then this is a cover. This is a Bible that it's with my family since my father got it from his father. It was a gift from the missionary school at Lovedale when he was actually living in Gideon. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I ran out of time. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Tando. I don't know if people can hear me, but thank you very much for that fascinating sort of personal reminiscences, which I think very much brings the whole lineage, Soga lineage, to life very usefully on in this session. I just perhaps will remind each speaker in turn just what amount of time you sort of told Joe that you would speak for. The next speaker is Mandisi Majavu, and Mandisi, I think, has said that you would speak for 35 minutes on the, is that right?
For 35 minutes
on the miseducation of Teosoga. So please do.
Yeah, so I'll aim for 30 to 35 minutes. Okay, so I don't have any PowerPoint presentation. I hope that's okay. So let me just time myself. So my paper is titled The Miseducation of Tia Solga. And so what I really do in this paper is to question a narrative that tends to portray Teosoga as the first Black South African to formulate a philosophy of Black consciousness and even negritude, as Donovan Williams has written of Soga. According to Williams, Teosoga is unique in the history of the Blacks in South Africa, and that Soga adds a new dimension to Black thought in Africa. As far as Donovan Williams was concerned, Soga was the contemporary and equal of the giants of West Africa, such as James Africanus Horton, Edward Wilmot Bladen, and James Johnson. Donovan Williams also traced the origin of African nationalism in South Africa to Teosoga. Williams wrote that Soga, quote, was the first African nationalist of the new westernized elite, and that Soga tried to instill into the African a pride of belonging to the Black race, close quote. My paper shows that this is a misreading of Soga. And more importantly, my paper proves that Donovan Williams' reading of Soga is a gross misrepresentation of Soga's worldview. It is worth pointing out that this misreading of Soga's worldview shapes the scholarship around Soga. For instance, Janet Hodgson uncritically recites this narrative about Soga in her article titled Soga in Dukwane, the Christian Struggle for Liberation in mid-19th century South Africa. According to Hodgson, It is in the life of Teosoga that we see the beginning of a Black consciousness, which grapples with much the same problems as the leaders of the liberation movement of the 20th century. Similarly, Tulani Ngasana has written that Teosoga argued, quote, for Black self-awareness. According to Ngasana, Teosoga expressed views that should be read as, quote, important precursors to the emergence of Black consciousness and Black theology in South Africa, close quote. Graham Duncan proclaimed Teosoga to be a prophet of negritude. Graham Duncan further added that Soga never disparaged Black society despite its weaknesses. Soga became the early icon of Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism, according to Graham Duncan. I fundamentally disagree with this portrayal of Teosoga. My contention is that Teosoga was neither a Pan-Africanist nor a prophet of negritude. Soga's worldview cannot be properly described as part of the Black consciousness. Let me explain. Teosoga was a product of a civilizing mission par excellence. For instance, missionaries removed Soga from his family and culture from an early age. Removing children from their African families and communities was a standard missionary practice in the mid-19th century, partly because missionaries regarded African families and communities to be dysfunctional and therefore bad influences. In his book titled The Image of Africa, British Ideas and Action, Philip Catton demonstrated that the missionaries of the 19th century generally subscribed to the view that African culture was a texture of wickedness, which the Africans themselves would abandon once a better way was shown to them. Philip Catton explained that this point of view was premised on the assumption that the good life was possible only within the framework of Western culture. Consequently, although the ultimate aim of the civilizing project was the preaching of religion, missionaries recognized and acknowledged the need to induct Africans into the rigorous process of Western socialization and acculturation. To socialize African children, in particular, into uncritically accepting the Western way of life, missionaries set up boarding schools for the purpose of carrying out what they viewed as an, quote, enforced break between the student and his home environment. The consensus among missionaries was that the full measure of Westernization required a break from Africa itself. This entailed bringing to England a select native students for a complete Western education. The outcome of this socialization process was the loss of transmission of African culture and African traditional methods. Needless to say, missionaries view such an outcome as success. Observations by white missionaries that Teosoga was a model Black should be read and understood within this context. According to John Chalmers, Soga's biographer, the socialization of Teosoga was such a success that some people mistook Soga for a Scotchman, consequently. Chalmers recalled that the socialization process of Soga produced a person who was free from all that creates the existing gulf between, quote, Blacks and civilized Christians, close quote. Hence, John Chalmers proclaimed Soga as the noblest and bravest of them all, who, as long as life and strength were given to him, did his utmost single-handed to suppress witchcraft, murder, and nameless vices in coastal tribes. Teosoga himself confirmed the success of this socialization process in a journal entry dated July 24, 1860. Soga wrote that on that particular day, he had had a very interesting meeting, I quote, with my benighted countrymen. Soga asked his audience of about 20 people, quote, now, what difference is there between you and me? I am of you, a Black as well as you, one of your own tribe and nation. Why is it that I have not on a painted blanket like you? I have not my ankles and wrists ornamented with those tinkling chains that ornament your own. Simply because I have been taught to see the utter uselessness of such things to an immortal being like me. I would not for the world exchange positions with you, because I know that to live like you are now living is sure and certain future ruin, close quote. Even Soga's mother declared Teosoga as the property of God's servants, read white missionaries. Wherever they lead, white missionaries, that is, he must follow. White missionaries held Soga in high esteem because the socialization process that Teosoga was subjected to produced a native agent that was useful to colonial hierarchies, a native agent that did not challenge the fundamental social structure in which he did his missionary work. My argument is not anachronistic. It is a historical fact that some of the astute critics of the colonial order at the time included white missionaries such as Johannes van der Kamp, John Philip, Robert Morford. English authors like William Howitt published a book titled Colonization and Christianity in 1838. And in that book, Howitt outlined some of the atrocities that were being committed by whites in the Cape under the ages of civilization. The clauses themselves violently opposed that colonial order, from since 18th century. Black Christian converts like Makana and Umnawusa challenged whiteness. According to Donovan William, between the years 1819 and 1853, there emerged a sense of closer nationalism in the Cape Colony. The frontier wars radicalized Blacks in the Eastern Cape. Quote, in particular, punitive expeditions in 1822 and 1825 against Nika embittered relations to such an extent that in 1829, when the missionaries Ross and McDiamond sought to extend missionary operations among Vusani's Tambukis, that chief told them that the missionaries in Crosserland were the means of bringing commandos on the natives. Mission stations were regarded by the Blacks as the extension of the long arm of white power into Kafraria, close quote. Furthermore, by the time the 1834 Frontier War broke out, missionaries were linked with colonial aggression and carried, that is the missionaries, a crushing burden of suspicion and animosity. To quote Donovan William, Christianity was compromised. Even Soga's father, who prior to the outbreak of 1834 Frontier War had become a Christian and had regularly attended church, became radicalized by the whites' genocidal project against Blacks. A quote, I'm quoting Donovan William here. After the first attack by the Blacks against the colony had been repulsed, British troops destroyed kraals and huts throughout the Chumi Valley. Furiously, old Soga watched the destruction from the top of the mountain. With spears in his hand, he confronted William Chalmers, one of the missionaries, demanding to know why this had been done, why his dwellings had been put to torch, while the Chumi mission station had been left untouched. Chalmers replied that the station was not a military post. It was a school where God's word was spoken, whereupon old Soga asked questions about the commander and commenced a tirade against the whites and concluded by saying, "You must now take care of yourself," close quote. However, Teosoga was not a social product of this closer political tradition because, as John Chalmers reminds his readers, Soga was removed early from, quote, heathen life. His mother was one of the first to embrace Christianity, and with their consent, Soga went to reside with the missionary, Mr. Chalmers, the same Chalmers that was confronted by old Soga, Soga's father. Soga's school life at Lovedale was disrupted by the War of the Axe in 1846-47, and subsequently was sent to Scotland to continue with his primary education. 4 years later, when the War of London in 1850 broke out, Soga returned to Scotland to complete his education. Soga spent the years from 1851 to 1857 in Scotland, where he went through the full course of study for the ministry at the University of Glasgow and the Divinity Hall in Edinburgh. So Soga was not given these academic opportunities because he was the most academically gifted native student. According to John Chalmers, quote, Teo was by no means the most advanced pupil in his school, but he was a great favorite among whites because of his truthfulness, meekness, and patience, close quote. Chalmers adds that, quote, there was nothing remarkable about Soga's student life. It is not strange that he attained no academic distinction, considering the comparative disadvantages of his earlier years, close quote. In other words, from an early age, Soga exhibited what I call ideological obedience. He followed instructions without questioning them. Consequently, at Lovedale, again, I'm quoting Donovan William here, Teosoga seems to have got on well enough with white students. The blacks were less accommodating. Teo was quiet, gentle, docile lad who seems to have been the object of spite on the part of black students, close quote. Donovan attributes the unfriendly relationship between Soga and his black peers on the fact that Soga was not circumcised. Quote Williams, the reason for this animosity may be associated with the fact that he was Soga, that is, uncircumcised, close quote. But I argue, since Soga was still a primary school right at Lovedale, the other black boys would not have been circumcised too. They were all too young for that. And so it is fair to speculate that other black boys did not particularly like Soga because perhaps they thought he was a brown noser. In other words, they viewed Soga as someone who eagerly adopted the white outlook and enthusiastically subordinated his African beliefs to an assigned religious ideology. This is an attitude that Soga exhibits throughout his adult career as a black missionary. For example, when the War of Monagenism broke out in 1850, Teosoga fled with the white missionaries to Chumi. At Chumi, he was faced with a demand from Makoma to translate the contents of letters taken from murdered whites. The information would help the chief to be better informed of troop movements. Soga refused. He returned the letters and fled to the Cart River to escape retribution. I'm quoting Donovan Williams, by the way. And so Williams further points out that by this time, Soga was grown too far away from traditional black society to throw in his lot with their protests. I further argue that much is made of Teosoga's writing, which he penned using a pseudonym. Even when Soga was using a pseudonym to write about what may be viewed as non-religious issues, his outlook in life was by and large consistent with the favored missionary worldview. For instance, he became a member of the committee to retranslate the Bible into IsiXhosa because Soga was what might be called book review critical. In other words, he took positions he considered intellectually and politically safe because those positions did not involve developing or taking a stand for an independent outlook. Take his article on race, which is titled, "What is the Destiny of the Black Race?" The article basically recites white missionaries' monogenistic worldview on race. So first of all, the idea that African people were biologically different was never openly embraced by missionaries, and the kinds of anthropological description of race commonly associated with polygenistic, that would be like scientific hardening of racial attitudes, were openly scorned by these missionaries. Missionaries generally subscribe to what might be called a biblical genealogy of races, and that particular perspective is premised on the idea that the world is made up from the three sons of Noah, that is Shem in Asia, Ham in Africa, and Japheth in Europe. It was then argued that due to this ancestral force of Ham, his descendants were rendered the most degenerate, and thus such degeneration legitimated either slavery or serfdom. Another perspective of this biblical genealogy of races argued that although Blacks represented a degenerate form of the white race, the return of the Black race to a white type is possible through various social options, such as converting to Christianity, acquiring Western education, imitating whites, or through perpetual crossbreeding between whites and Blacks. So this discourse is referred to as monogenism. And monogenism regards all human beings as descendants of Adam, and therefore grants Black people a place in humanity, albeit as humans who had degenerated, but could improve again to achieve civilization in a relatively short time. This is what shaped the civilizing mission. And Soga was a product of that project. And that's what he basically recites in that particular article of his about the destiny of Black race. I agree that Teosoga's article gives the appearance of being critical and questioning, but in reality, this particular article reifies white missionaries' notions of civilization and Christianity. Hence, Soga essentially argues that Blacks in South Africa have not had enough time to adapt to the Western way of life. I quote Soga. He writes, "To the doomed Kafirs, has civilization been introduced? By whom? On what scale? How long? What missionaries have done in this way, I know. He has been exceedingly little. Good men, they would have done vastly more had the silver and the gold of this world been theirs," close quote. Soga continues, quote, "Now I maintain that if you can send the gospel to a people without being accompanied by the civilization which brings to native fatal vices," just in parenthesis here, so he's making a distinction between Christianity and civilization. Okay, back to the quote. "It must be not only itself spread, but it must promote the social well-being of the people. And that if uninterfered with, that is, the religious project, it would civilize the natives. Had the Europeans never set their feet in Kaffirland and allowed only the missionaries to introduce the gospel, wonders would have been wrought, and no doom of the Black race would have been pronounced. There is a destructive civilization, that civilization which, when it comes into contact with barbarians seeking to profit by their ignorance, which in fact seeks its own good, not their good, this civilization must come into collision with the natives. And of course, the natives must fare worse. It has been thus in Kaffirland, the gospel has been interfered with. Its good has been neutralized, and the vices of civilization have been introduced, and never better, and hence this tomb of the Black race. But the fault of it lies at some other door, which is civilization." And he concludes, "Give me the gospel alone to any peoples," close quote. So Soga never challenges the narrative that says that Blacks have to be reclaimed from barbarism. Soga regarded the reclamation project of the natives from barbarism as actually a moral duty of white missionaries. He saw his work as part of this project. So when Donovan Williams writes that, Soga was the equal of the giants of West Africa, such as James Africanus Houghton, Edward William Bladen, and James Johnson, I'm not convinced. I mean, I would like to think that actually the people who were very much influenced by those three authors, the Bladens and Johnsons and Houghton, are really the independent black churches that emerged, from the 1880s in South Africa. And in fact, John Thomas, the biographer of Soga, actually writes that, I quote him, "Soga read widely and carefully in the works of Washington Irving, William Hecking Prescott, James Foster, Alexandra Vinet, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, John Conybeare, and John Howson. Boswell's Life of Johnson, Paley's Evidence of Christianity were also part of his intellectual fare. John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress was Teosoga's constant companion during his academic career, which he later translated into prosa. Okay, close quote. So I argue that it is this reading list that produced an obedient thinker that white missionaries could rely on to experiment, theorize, and innovate safely within the confines of an assigned religious ideology. It is this reading list that compelled Soga to employ a discourse that mirrors closely the discourse of a colonizing power, drawing on many aspects of might be termed imperial discourse. Even his journal and his entries in the journal, very much consistent with the the writing style of the 19th century whites. Sort of present this kind of a anthropological reading of the natives in this patronizing tone. That they're visiting these lowly individuals who needed to be uplifted and educated and so on. And so I argue that this reading list and Teosoga's socialization partly explains why Soga wouldn't help Makoma, for example, but saw no problem in declaring his loyalty to Prince Albert. When Prince Albert gifted Soga a Bible, his response, I quote here, he said, "What shall I say in admiration of the noble qualities of the second son of our beloved queens? My loyalty knows no bounds now," close quote. And when 2 years later, when Prince Albert died, according to Donovan William, Soga mourned his passing as though he had been a personal friend. He preached a special sermon on that event in English. John Chalmers did likewise in prosa. There was a genuine emotional response to the crown on Soga's part, writes Williams. He even remembered Queen Victoria's birthday. Such deep-seated loyalty, writes Williams, owed much to the cultural conquest by the missionaries who had educated Soga at Tuamie and Lovedale, and of Scotland itself during his visit there. Okay, I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. I think lots to think about there, and I think you're beginning to raise interesting points for debate later. And thank you very much for that. I don't know, I gather that everybody virtual can hear me. I'm not sure if people who are actually present in Johannesburg can, but I think I shouldn't waste any more time, and let us perhaps hear from Tolly Bradford, who said that he would speak for 25 minutes, I think, or his presentation will be about 25 minutes. And it's on the interdependence of Teosoga and Charles Brownlee.
Okay, thank you.
So Tolly, if you can hear me.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
And I mean, do go ahead. I mean, as I say, I'm not introducing people more than just by your name, because I think we've all read about you.
In the program.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I'll just get into it. I've first of all, thank you to the organizers and Joe in particular for reaching out to me. I have written on Soga in my sort of ancient academic past, and it's nice to return to him because I think there's so much to learn about him and through him. And I've appreciated the papers so far. So what I'm going to talk about today, I think actually builds quite quickly on what Mendize has just been speaking about. And this is the story of what I'm calling the interdependence of Teosoga and Charles Brownlee. And I'm really focusing on roughly a 10-year period from 1858 to 1868, which was the time when Soga returns from Scotland after his second visit and before he moves to the Transkei. So I'll just go into it. As the wider imperial scholarship of the British Empire has recently argued, transcultural and transnational figures like Teosoga worked within intricate webs of relations that structured the lives and the discourses of people like Soga, giving them a variety of political, cultural, and religious discourses and communities and platforms of power. This paper looks at the role of one particular relationship within Soga's wider web of relations, particularly the one he had with Charles Pacault Brownlee, colonial administrator of British Kaffraria in the 1860s, and someone once described by historian Christopher Saunders as, quote, the most important African administrator on the Eastern Cape frontier. What I show is that the interaction between Soga and Brownlee was rarely casual or neutral. Rather, informed by political upheaval of the closing frontier of the 1860s, their relationship was animated by a kind of interdependence in which each man sought to use the other to achieve certain political and personal goals, particularly in the wake of the cattle killing. More specifically, I conclude that Brownlee and Soga agreed and even actively cooperated on many issues, although articulated quite divergent views of the place of African political leadership in the future of the Eastern Cape. In terms of a contribution to the wider understanding of Soga scholarship, I think what my paper reveals is that the missionary and the intellectual we know as Soga was yet something else again, a frontier politician. So let me just go to my first slide. Although being born within 8 years of each other at the same London Missionary Society station at Chumie Valley and crossing paths briefly in 1850, it was on Soga's return to the Eastern Cape in 1857 that the relationship between Brownlee and Soga really take root. Almost every Sunday between 1858 and Soga's departure to the Transkei in 1868, Brownlee and his family traveled 7 miles each way to the church at Mgwali to attend Soga's English language services. They also socialized and visited with at one another's homes. Frances Brownlee, Charles's wife, noted that, quote, in this home at Mgwali, we were welcome guests, enjoying Christian society, the only drawback being that my husband was constantly knocking his head against the beams. Soga, in his capacity as friend and pastor, returned these visits, often seeing the Brownlee family in their home at Tembani, particularly, as Frances Brownlee recounts, in times of affliction. These ties of fellowship and family are symbolized by the 1862 baptism of one of Brownlee's daughters by Soga. The relationship also had a professional layer that each man seemed to recognize, the other as a useful ally in their work. Writing to the Reverend Alexander Somerville, Secretary of the Committee on Foreign Missions of the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland, Soga praised Brownlee as, quote, the invaluable friend of our mission, whose kindness to myself is beyond all praise. Not to be outdone, Brownlee, corresponding with his government superiors in Cape Town, highlighted Soga's importance to his work as a frontier administrator. I cannot close this report, he said, without bringing to your notice the very high esteem I feel for Mr. Soga as a missionary. Through his zealous exertion and truly judicious character, he is steadily strengthening his influence with the natives, and if he is supported in his work, I entertain sanguine belief of good results from his labors. Both men clearly saw value in the other. Over the next 10 years, as they used the other to realize their respective goals, this mutually beneficial value was only enhanced. For Soga, Brownlee was most valuable to him as an ally in the building and the legitimization of the Mgwali station during the late 1850s and the early 1860s. This use is evident in at least three ways. First, Soga worked with Brownlee to help the residents at Mgwali secure land title to the station. In 1859, Brownlee wrote to his superiors that there, and I should just put in the context, as soon as he arrives back from Scotland, Soga is actively trying to recreate this community and to secure land for them in this church. So in 1857, Brownlee wrote to his superiors that there was a need to establish a reserve of land of 3,000 to 4,000 acres in, quote, in case any land in the neighborhood of the station should be granted to Europeans. By the following year, Brownlee was able to grant about 500 acres for the use of natives in connection with the station. By 1868, Brownlee would write that this land was this land was secured and that residents of the mission station were eager to go one step further and use their own money to acquire individual title for plots around the mission station. The second way that Soga kind of uses Brownlee. Soga used Brownlee to help him raise funds to build the church and the church building at the station. In early 1860, fundraising for a new church began in earnest at Mgwali when Brownlee chaired what seemed to be the first official fundraising meeting. Soga recorded this meeting in his journal in the following way. There was a large, interesting meeting held at Mgwali in which our friend, Mr. Brownlee, took the chair. Mr. Ross, also of Lovedale, was present with us and greatly furthered our object by his practical wisdom. Very interesting addresses were delivered by the people, and Mr. Brownlee and Mr. Ross all attended to further this desirable object. Well, just 10 pounds were raised at that meeting, a day of small things, admitted Soga. The meeting launched an 18-month fundraising effort that took Soga first to Grahamstown, then to Port Elizabeth, and eventually to Cape Town. Brownlee was involved in helping facilitate each of these visits, particularly the Cape Town visit. By all accounts, Brownlee took pride in and was clearly rewarded by Soga for his help with fundraising. When the foundation stone for the new church was laid in 1861, and when the church opened in 1862, Brownlee figured prominently in Soga's report of both celebrations. Third, Soga used Brownlee's authority as a magistrate to help protect Mgwali as a Christian space from so-called traditionalism. This use is most evident in April 1862, when Soga, although reluctantly, asked Brownlee to use his power as magistrate to sanction a small group of boys and their families on the station who had been taking part in an initiation ceremony. The problems for Soga had started when, according to Brownlee's report of the incident, quote, 7 lads belonging to Mgwali station circumcised themselves. Soga had tried to deal with this by asking the boys to leave the station and not appear in public during the day, and abandoning the use of white clay. The boys, however, remained on the station, defying Soga's requests. Over the course of the next week, things became even more unstable for the station. The parents of the boys refused to intervene, even after Soga's requests. More boys joined the group. The parents actively resisted Soga's attempt to expel the boys and their families from the station. And finally, the entire station community became divided over the affair. At this point, Soga felt powerless. It simply became a mockery of my authority, he recounted. While he had resisted going to the civil authorities before this point, with his own authority under threat, he felt he had no choice. Sometime before April 16, 1862, he asked Brownlee to intervene. Despite protests from parents that the boys had not broken any laws, the colonial magistrate was all too willing to help Soga halt the movement. According to Brownlee's account, he, quote, sentenced the ringleaders to a month hard labor and 18 lashes each. Even for Brownlee's superiors in Cape Town, this was too harsh a penalty. A note by one superior accompanying Brownlee's report of the incident stated plainly that the magistrate had no authority to punish the boys. They had not disturbed the peace of the region. In the suppression of this initiation ceremony, the personal and the professional seem to be deeply entwined. Brownlee may well have known that Soga's own lack of initiation and circumcision was a sensitive topic for him, exposing him to threats and taunts from some Xhosa people who declared that he was, quote, not a real man, but remained a boy. Thus, it may well have been as much as a friend than as a magistrate that Brownlee implemented such a fierce punishment. Now, while incidents like this initiation ceremony reveal how Brownlee seemingly went out of his way to help Soga, he did so with his own very imperial, colonial, and careerist goals in mind. Most specifically, to prove to himself and others the legitimacy of his administrative strategy of using the civilizing mission to manage the frontier and bring peace to the region. This use of Soga by Brownlee is apparent in two ways. First, we see in the most basic sense, Soga became something like a tool of personal affirmation for Brownlee and his family. Proof, that is, that what the Brownlees were doing and what Charles Brownlee was doing as an administrator on the frontier to try to civilize, quote, the native, it was not a futile, but was in fact possible and righteous. In a lengthy memorial about Soga, Frances Brownlee reflected on how she and her family felt about Soga when they first heard him preach, likely sometime in 1857. She says, "I shall not forget the feeling of pleasure that possessed me when I first heard him preach. The classic English in well-turned sentences, melodiously flowing from his lips, was indeed surprising. But as the discourse proceeded and the heart and mind became enthralled, the thought would unconsciously arise, is this possible?" Frances Brownlee's question was, of course, rhetorical. To the Brownlee household, Soga was the word made flesh, evidence rather, that the civilizing mission was indeed possible and was in fact well on the way. In fact, to her and her family, Soga represented even more than an able preacher. He represented an ideal Christian man able to speak the right way, preach with enthusiasm and intelligence, and practice the right manners of a Christian gentleman, a figure almost completely opposite to the, quote, barbarous African that they would have seen through most of the frontier. Frances Brownlee goes on to say this, "In his home, he was a genial host, entertaining both mind and body. He was social, well fitted to his place in any society, and gained for himself a welcome everywhere. As a father, he was all a Christian father should be. The duties of the husband, the father, and the head of the house was not lost sight of by his weightier duties as a pastor." Now, we can only assume that this celebration of Soga's transformation into a commanding preacher and ideal Christian father was a regular topic of discussion in the Brownlee home, affirming to Frances and her husband that a new frontier was possible, that Christianity, working in partnership with the colonial regime, could in fact transform the people and arguably the physical landscape away from a, quote, barbarous past and towards civilized Christian future. Brownlee, the second point is that Brownlee and family also used Soga to affirm the possibility of the civilizing mission to those outside the family. The Brownlees clearly enjoyed showing off Soga to skeptical white friends, proving to them that Christianity could indeed thrive in Africa, and that Christianization of Africa was the pathway to colonial peace and power. At times, as mentioned above, Brownlee's displaying of Soga occurred within a professional setting, as was the case when he wrote to his superiors in Cape Town about Soga's, quote, influence on the natives. At other times, Brownlee used Soga to show the possibilities of the civilizing mission to other members of colonial society that were interested or perhaps skeptical about the African preacher. Francis Brownlee again noted that the family, quote, frequently took visitors with us to Umgwali, and one expression of all was that of surprise and pleasure. One of these visitors, Herman Wagerman, director of the Berlin Mission Society, who visited sometime in the early 1860s, was especially impressed. Among the visitors to Umgwali today was Bishop Wagerman, a learned doctor from Germany, noted Brownlee. On his return to our house, he could not speak enough of the Kosa pastor and said several times, "I never have met anyone more ripe in theology." The interdependence of Soga and Brownlee is perhaps most apparent in their own testimony to the Native Affairs Commission in March of 1865. The commission had been established to inquire into ways to bring peace to the frontier, or more specifically, to stop, quote, the theft of colonial property by Africans, while concurrently allowing colonial farmers to have better access to inexpensive African labor. In February of 1865, the commission sent out several written questionnaires and then held approximately 3 days of hearings in Grahamstown. In the end, they only took oral testimony from 5 people, including Soga and Brownlee. It seems almost certain that Soga and Brownlee coordinated their evidence to the commission. Both men appeared before the commission on the same day, March 30th, 1865, and although asked slightly different questions by the commissioners, they gave very similar, almost identical evidence about the successes and challenges they faced and their ideas for improving the management of the frontier. Broadly speaking, Soga and Brownlee shared 3 points with the commissioners. And I'll just put those 3 points up here and I'll talk about them. First, both argued that any sort of wide-scale cultural change to African customs, although definitely warranted, could only be achieved gradually and should not be imposed retroactively. Second, both men shared the view that if colonial administrations wanted to realize long-term change and peace in the frontier zone, then the government needed to work in partnership with missionaries. Brownlee, making this case from the point of view of the government, stated, quote, "I believe no one will assert the legislation alone so far as it has gone. So it will change of habits to the natives, it is equally necessary to institute an efficient organization for their improvement and evaluation. This is our duty as Christian people, as well as an act of self-interest." Soga, arguing much the same from the viewpoint of the mission, admitted, somewhat to the surprise of the commissioners, that the missionary would, quote, gladly take aid whenever we can get it, if it was offered by the government. The third point is that both men argued that at present and in future, one person, and Charles Brownlee in particular, should be given the full authority to govern native affairs in the region of the Eastern Cape. As it was widely assumed that a new position of Secretary for Native Affairs would be created, both men were asked in different ways who could fill this role. Soga, although not mentioning him by name, made clear that he believed Brownlee was the only real candidate for this work. He said, "There are individuals among white people who are known and trusted by the natives," began Soga. "It would be well if the government of the natives were always in such hands." And then he went on to say, "There is only one individual among the government officials trusted by the people, and were he at the head of the native affairs, all native magistrates in the district communicate directly with him and responsible to him. The perplexing system of government of the government of natives would be very simple." Although left unnamed, Soga could only have been describing Brownlee in the statement. There was no other person then in the frontier administration that fits this description. Brownlee and the wider context of their relationship makes clear to me that Soga was talking about Brownlee here. Brownlee, for his part, was more comfortable naming himself. Asked by the commission who at present did and should manage African communities in the frontier, Brownlee simply replied, "They are all governed by the general oversight which I exercise." The apparent coordination of this third section of testimony may be the most blatant attempt by Brownlee to make use of his friendship with Soga for his own benefit. Brownlee was a careerist. The trajectory of his professional life within the colonial administration reveals a person intent on steadily climbing the ranks, and his later threat to resign from the government after being placed in a subordinate position to a man he felt was his junior reveals someone that jealously guarded his seniority and the privilege it entitled him to within the structures of the colonial administration. Appearing at the commission and having Soga vouch for him was a way to help his chances of moving into a new position and furthering his career. While careerism in the colonial service traditionally depended on family networks within colonial hierarchies or the colonial office, in this instance, we see a white administrator using his relationship with a so-called colonized subject to advance within the colonial administration. It would have also have helped Brownlee that his own father-in-law was one of the commissioners. Soga, for his part, must have had his own reasons for collaborating in this testimony. He would have, at the very least, recognized the further stability to Mgwali that would have come if Brownlee had been given this new appointment. For all their coordination and interdependence, Soga and Brownlee held different visions of the future of the Eastern Cape, for the Eastern Cape, especially the role of African political leadership within it. Brownlee's was one represented by the Native Affairs Commission, that is, a peaceful frontier dominated by British law and culture, where African leaders and political structures and culture were entirely subjugated to British authority and influence. In his testimony to the Native Affairs Commission and in other writings, Brownlee consistently expressed contempt for the power of the Xhosa chiefs and what he saw as the continuing and growing influence of cultural customs of the community. Asked by the commission about the, quote, influence and power of Native chiefs as it stood in 1865, Brownlee told the commission that it was, quote, on the increase, and he didn't feel good about that. When asked about the effect of the cattle killing on the authority of the chiefs, he likewise replied that although initially the chiefs stood almost alone and had no power, they are fast regaining it. By way of explanation for this growing power, Brownlee suggested that the role of secrecy and chiefly conspiracies both during and since the cattle killing event, and pointed to the ongoing influence of customs as things that retained power over the chiefs and held back the entire community from what he would have considered progressing. Soga held a different view of the future and the place of African political leadership in the future. Where Brownlee saw problems of the continuation of customs and chiefly influence, Soga saw strength and possibility. While he certainly advocated for the end of some customs and sought the conversion of all people to Christianity, as Mandanzi clearly said, He also respected the role of chiefs in Xhosa politics and assumed that they would play a role in the future of the Eastern Cape, even one that featured Christianity and elements of British culture. Asked the same question about whether the law of succession continued, Soga replied somewhat joyfully, "It is still carefully respected," and he's referring to how chiefs are selected. Likewise, he also seemed to have a more informed and nuanced understanding of Xhosa political situation than Brownlee. In reply to the same question asked of Brownlee about the influence and power of chiefs, Soga was more specific, saying that the cattle killing had weakened the authority of the chiefs and gave evidence for how the loss of cattle was linked to that decline. Less than 1 month after giving testimony to the Native Affairs Commission, Soga extended these feelings of respect for his African leadership and heritage when he sketched out his now famous article in the King Williamstown Gazette. While that article was a direct reply to comments made by a fellow missionary, John Chalmers, it reflected an entrenched belief on the part of Soga that although the Xhosa people and all descendants of Ham, as he would refer to the African diaspora, would benefit from conversion to Christianity and access to British civilization, he also saw the validity and the evidence of the continuation of independent African communities and even perhaps the political independence of African communities into the future. And there's the most important passage from that writing, which emphasizes the individuality and the distinctiveness of African culture that he sees and how it could continue into the future.
Ollie, can you finish off?
Yep, I'm going to. Sure. So, anyway, so this is the point that I want to make, that he has although he comes from shares a lot with Brownlee, he has these different visions. And so I'll just jump to my conclusion. By focusing on the relationship of Soga and Brownlee and its role in legitimizing the goals of each man, I have made an attempt to turn inside out the historiographical tendency of Soga studies. It would seem to me that Soga and Soga's extended family have often been studied as something of a result from or a resistance to colonialism, but not so much as a way to explain and understand the making of colonialism itself. However, although he is an impressive figure, and his writing and intellectual innovation and resistance to colonialism is important, it's important to highlight and to talk about again. However, I think Soga's story can tell us something more than about resistance and redeployment of colonial discourses. It can show us Soga was something of a kind of frontier politician. His relationship with Brownlee certainly blurred the lines between collaboration and resistance, private and politics. Finally, this paper focuses not on just Soga and Brownlee. Its conclusions about how he was independent and divergent with his relationships with others may provide insights into how he interacted with other members of his web of relations. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Tolly. And I think we're beginning to set up even better, I think, after Mandisi and you, and something of a debate about, again, the question of, is Teosoga somehow a creature of colonialism? Is he resisting colonialism? Is he enabling colonialism in some ways, but not in others? And so on. I think, I think this complexity actually in this debate is frankly something that Teosoga might have understood himself. But I'm going to suggest now that we take a short break, because we are we not, an hour and a half, I think, through. And then perhaps Stephanie can start us off. Joe, I don't know if you're there, but should we make it 5 minutes? 5-minute break? Is that okay? 5-minute break? All right, thank you.
Just telling. Yeah, you can speak.
Hi, Vivian.
Yes, hi, Joe. Yeah.
Hi, can we make it 10, because then people get a chance to really have a comfort break?
No, that's fine, and even possibly a cup of tea or some water or whatever. Yes.
No tea, no
let's
tea,
make it 10 minutes. Well, shall we agree on the time we're starting again? So at 20 to 4? Is that
20
right?
to 4 is good for me. If it's good for everyone here. Yeah.
20 to 4. Okay, let's start 20 to 4 precisely. And again, thank you for the first 3 speakers for setting things up so nicely for the second
Thank
half.
you.
Thank you very much.
Did you unmute? Sound 1, 2. So you're feeling here. You can read it. Sorry, I was testing something. When we come back, is it online speaker or is it?
It's online first and then.
Okay.
So again, we
Um, I don't know who can hear me. The central screen seems to have gone, but could we perhaps restart now? And could I ask Stephanie Victor, I think who's the next speaker, to give her paper exploring the narratives, the Rarabi Queen Sutu, Magwali's mission, and the Soga family. So over to you, Stephanie. And you've got, I think you said 25 minutes. 25 minutes, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can
25
hear you.
minutes?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
That's
yeah.
right. Can you hear me?
I
Great.
can now.
Can I start?
And do
Thank
start,
you.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel very blessed to be part of this wonderful initiative. Thank you for including me, to the organizers and especially to the Soga family, fellow delegates and participants. My paper today attempts to explore the last years of the Nika Queen Sutu, the mother of King Sandile, which was spent in the company of the Soga family at Mgwali Mission. We are fortunate in having several biographies of the Queen, a fact that is unique in the canon on royal women in the Eastern Cape, and perhaps points to her influential position among the Nika, the missionary fraternity, and colonial officials alike. The biographies represent, however, distinct life stories, differing both in presentation and context, as first suggested by Dr. Tisani. The missionary narrative on her life is one of destitution, war, Christian compassion, and ultimately her conversion to Christianity. Conversely, W.D. Soga, 1885, and S.E.K. Mkai, writing in 1932, following Soga, in their biographies of the Queen, also denote the intergenerational connection between the Nika royal family and the Sogas, who served the Nika as counselors and educated several of King Sandile's children. Mgwali, situated on the land of the Nika, was therefore known as Sandile Station, but also represented the nucleus of the Nika school people. This is an interrelational narrative which has been omitted from the missionary record. But, this paper argues, given the close connection between the two families, it is no coincidence that the Queen found sanctuary at Mgwali at the outbreak of the 1877-78 war, and that she was buried among the Sogas, specifically next to the father of Mfundisi Teosoga, known as Old Soga. This is, however, a forgotten narrative where present-day members of the Soga family are concerned. This paper therefore explores the different narratives, that of the missionaries, the African intellectuals, as well as that of the mission present in the former. It hopes to contribute to our understanding of the interconnectedness between the two families, as well as the significance of Mgwali as a physical interlocutor, and therefore an important historical landmark for the Sogas and the Kgagabe kingdom as a whole. The life of Queen Sutu in 4 biographies, analyzing the sources. The narrative of the Queen's residence at Mgwali Mission is based on information obtained from 4 biographers of the Queen. The missionary narrative is recorded by Reverend J.F. Cumming, who was known to the Queen as he often visited her at Mkombiso, situated near Burnshill Mission, and was the resident missionary at Mgwali during her residence there. He is the author of her Journey of Faith, celebrated as one of the highlights of his career, and thus repeatedly published from 1880 to 1900 in various newspaper articles. He naturally hoped that as representative of the Nika royal house, others might follow her Christian example. Cumming's narrative is augmented by the Scotsman, Reverend Robert Young, who, resulting from a visit to several South African missions, wrote a chapter, and I quote, "Old Sutu, a long life with a grand ending," unquote, on her life. He based his biography on his interview with the Queen, supplemented by information obtained from Cumming. The missionary narrative underlines the circumstances around her residence at Mgwali, especially her destitute circumstances after 1877. However, it is ultimately a celebration of her salvation. She is hailed as, and I quote, "a monument of divine grace," and a witness of the power of the gospel, unquote. But the missionary narration of her last years is completely devoid of any mention of the Sorgas. The second narrative, edited and translated by Jeff Opland and Peter Mtuzi, was written by W.D. Soga directly after her death in August 1885 at Mgwali. W.D., probably William Ndili Zintaba, is a vital source. He is not only a Soga, but his family was directly associated with Mgwali and the Queen during her residence at the station. He was the eldest son of Zaze Soga, an elder and evangelist of the United Presbyterian Church. Zaze was the son of Old Soga and his right-hand wife, Nohute, who was the daughter, in turn, of Nkosi Buku, the brother of King Hinsa. It was also Zaze's son, Cornelius Zaze Soga, who slaughtered an ox for the queen during her burial ceremony. Immersed in the Soga family milieu, W.D. Soga is an important source, but significantly, it is likely that he periodically worked at Mgwali as a teacher while studying at Lovedale during the Queen's residence there, and, as will be seen, he certainly attended her funeral. W.D. Soga's biography is supplemented and its contents confirmed by the Xhosa laureate and historian S.E.K. Mkhai's 1932 narration of the Queen's last years. In addition to using W.D. as a source, Mkhai also interviewed the Queen's grandson. His biography thus serves as confirmation for W.D. Soga's narrative. All the authors, apart from Mkhai, can claim a certain immediacy in terms of location, Mgwali, and time, 1880s. Queen Sutu, biographical strands. Queen Sutu was the daughter of a senior Tembu chief, Nkosi Mbankeni, also known as Chachu. As the daughter of a senior aristocrat, Sutu's marriage to King Mwika was expected to politically align two royal households. In this way, their marriage cemented a closer relationship between the Chagabe and Chachu dynasties. Her wedding took place near Chumi, just prior to the Battle of Amalindi in 1818, because at the time, her Ikazi cattle were still being transferred. She was proclaimed as the Great Wife by King Hinsa, but whilst her marriage was certainly successful in terms of alliance making, it was not a happy union, but sustained rumors of the king's supposed rejection of her and their marriage. Mkhai diplomatically described her as, and I quote, patient in her marriage, unquote. The queen soon proved herself as an able diplomat, however, a fact that attracted the admiration of King Mwika's counselors, including Old Soga. After 10 years, about 10 years into her marriage, in December 1829, her husband, the king, died. She was appointed to the position of regent for her son and heir to the kingdom, Prince Sandile, and was assisted by the king's sons, Nkosi Makoma and Nkosi Charlie, in an uncomfortable power trio. She was now the most influential woman among the Nwika. She held this position from 1829 to 1840 and subsequently acted as a powerful political advisor and confidant for her son. Her regency coincided with a difficult period for the Nwika Xhosa, who increasingly strained under the effects of impinging colonialism and territorial encroachment. The great place was at Nkombiso, near the Presbyterian mission of Burnsville. As an astute interlocutor, she viewed the missionaries as political allies and therefore showed a polite interest in Christianity. But like other female regents, she did not convert whilst holding the reins for her son. Moreover, she was pragmatic in her approach. In this way, she supported the rainmakers as well as the missionaries in times of drought. It was, however, her actions during the 1834 to 35 war that endeared her to many in the colonial and missionary fraternities. During this time, she saved the life of a local trader, as well as several missionary families, whilst actively preventing the post-war destruction of Burnsville Mission. She was also active as mediator between the Nwika and the colonial government, a fact that is often omitted from the master narrative. But there was no doubt where her sympathies lay, and the Nrika in return remained faithful to their queen throughout her life. Our sources reveal a discerning and practiced regent whose quick-witted responses to especially Colonel Harry Smith during her regency, the British governor's chief of staff, indicates that she outmaneuvered him in intellectual terms. This is exemplified in a conversation between her and Colonel Smith during the peace negotiations. He was explaining to her that the governor, Sir Benjamin de Urban, promised in return for her conduct to make her son a king. She replied, "He's a king already." "But," observed the gallant colonel, "what is the use of being a king unless he has people and a country?" She shrewdly observed, "If you leave us alone, we shall soon have both." Mgwali mission and the Nrika royal family. The connection between Mgwali and the Nrika family is an intergenerational one. As mentioned, Mfundisi Teosoga's grandfather, Jotelo, and subsequently his father served as senior counselors to King Nrika, the regent Queen Sutu, and laterally King Sandile. Moreover, Mgwali mission was established in September 1857 near King Sandile's great place, then situated in the Stutteram district. The choice of location was intentional and strategic. In the aftermath of the cattle killing, Reverend Sorga hoped to obtain converts among the Nrika and therefore also involve the kingdom in mission affairs. It was also Reverend Soga to whom King Sandile sent his children, including Bissett and Victoria Sandile, for their education. The king and his wives attended church services at Mgwali and thus had regular contact with their children and by extension, the Sogas. It was therefore not totally surprising that Mgwali was the place of sanctuary selected for the elderly queen in the event of war, in where she spent the last years of her life. The station was, in Cummings' estimation, the center of the Nrika school people. But, this paper argues, the Queen's residence at the mission also strengthened the relationship between Xhosa royalty and Mgwali. It therefore follows that other Xhosa royals also found refuge here during the war. This included a widow of the Mbalu chief Nkosi Stokwe, as well as the mother of Nkosi Kona. The governor, Sir Bartel Frere, thus proclaimed the mission as a sanctuary for all loyal residents, and King Sandile subsequently also promised to do all in his power to protect the mission. As a result, Mgwali was one of very few missions which remained unscathed during the war. The influence of respected women of royalty thus extended to the provision of sanctuary for themselves, the missionaries and mission converts. Mgwali was not the exception, though. Mission stations often functioned as sanctuaries during wartime. In this way, the mere presence of the elderly and revered Mbalu Nkosikazi Nomasa meant that she and her fellow converts were safely ensconced from attack during the 1846-47 war. In 1878, however, the colonial government proclaimed that all the Nrika, without exception, were to settle across the Kai River in the district of Tentani. After considerable remonstrance on the part of the missionaries, the Mgwali converts, together with Queen Sutu, were allowed to remain, but the surrounding area was completely depopulated, irrespective of individual professions of loyalty and government promises to the contrary. Queen Sutu, her last years and burial. The Queen's biographers highlight diverse strands of her remaining years, a fact that is useful for the purposes of comparison where her life story is concerned. In this way, Cumming reports that the king paid him a visit just prior to the outbreak of the war, requesting that the Queen be placed under his care. Through W.D. Soga, however, we get to know the exact details of who she came to reside with at Mgwali, namely Festiri Soga, a mission teacher and also the oldest and converted son of Old Soga. He accompanied his mother, Nosutu, when Reverend Soga established Mgwali mission in 1857. The Queen's dwelling was situated next to Nosutu's place. The Soga family was thus instrumental, this paper argues, in caring for the Queen in her last days. As is customary, the Queen was accompanied by a co-wife and her companion, Queen Kame, as well as her widowed daughter, known only as Makazi. As regent, who acted as a de facto chief, the Queen collected fines and tributes in the form of cattle. With her residence at Ngwali, however, the missionary narrative emphasizes that, and I quote, she came without a hoof, unquote, and thus was, following the missionary strand, largely destitute if it had not been for a small government pension. According to Cumming, and I quote, though reduced from the highest position in the tribe to one of the lowest dependents, she was always cheerful and contented, unquote. Now described as a war refugee, her move to Ngwali certainly served as an indication of a marginalization of material power, but her needs were provided for by continual gift giving, originating from the Ngwika themselves, as well as various school communities and English friends. These acts of generosity perhaps serve as an indication of the esteem she continued to receive from a variety of people, but also underlines the unifying role the Queen played throughout her life. The Queen's conversion to Christianity is reported by all her biographers. Both Soga and Mkai report on the process of her altering her spiritual life until she was baptized and, in the process, became fully integrated in the Ngwali school community. There is a slight difference in the missionary narrative, however. The Queen is not, as Young condescendingly purports, and I quote, a trophy of African heathenism, unquote. In contrast, there is a tangible immediacy evident in Cumming, who realizes and repeatedly celebrates Sutu's conversion as one of the highlights of his missionary career, especially in the context of the disturbing events surrounding the war and the removal of the Ngwika to the district of Pentani. The Queen died on 10 August 1885. Cumming does not mention her burial at all, whilst Young only reports that she was buried in the, and I quote, neighboring native cemetery, unquote. On the contrary, both W.D. Soga and Mkai's biographies contain valuable details both where the Queen and the Sogas are concerned. Her burial was performed as an integral rite of passage involving all the relevant role players and caretakers of the Queen at the mission. The Sogas as hereditary counselors and as the provider of a large ox as a sacrifice for her death. The missionaries as suppliers of the coffin and of the sermon, and the Ngwali community's local evangelist offering a prayer before W.D. Soga states, and I quote, "We took the bier and placed it next to old Soga's grave," unquote. This is confirmed by Mkai, who states that the Queen was buried next to Soga, son of Jotelo. The latter's remains were only interred by his family in the Soga section of the cemetery of Ngwali's number 3 village in 1883, several years after his death in 1878. The exact location of both graves, situated within the boundaries of the said cemetery, is now, unfortunately, obscure, despite repeated efforts to find them. Today, only the grave of Nosutu, the mother of Teosoga, is pointed out to visitors. In conclusion, this paper has highlighted the existence of 4 biographers who record the life of Nkosikazi Sutu. This is a unique occurrence in the historiography on royal women in the Eastern Cape, and perhaps also reflect their admiration for the Queen. To Young, she was, and I quote, a remarkable woman, unquote, whilst Cumming celebrates her as, and I quote, a woman of great shrewdness, acute in intellect, unquote. And Mkai is at pains to describe how the Queen was cherished and loved by the Ngwika, as well as the missionary community. Differing in style, positionality, and content, her biographers provide both commonalities and diverse accents in piecing together the life story of the Queen. Whilst the missionary narrative celebrates the act of spiritual conversion, W.D. Soga, and to a lesser degree Mkai, are perhaps more successful in providing a fuller narrative of her life, particularly where her last days are concerned. It is, this paper suggests, ultimately a Soga who augments and therefore corrects her life story. His is a previously unrecognized voice in the Soga canon. He provides valuable information about the Queen and, in the process, interconnects her narrative to that of the Sogas and Ngwali mission. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Stephanie. I think you add some fascinating layers, the role of extraordinary woman, I think, in terms of the frontier, the Eastern frontier in the 19th century. And I also, of course, you make us think about complexities of identity and how people are perceived in different ways, depending on, whether they're missionaries or not, and how they're understood in that way. Thank you very much. So, and adds another layer, I think, for potential discussion and debate. So now our final paper giver, also 25 minutes, it seems, is Jo Davis herself, a current Soga research on my desk. I've got past Soga research on my desk, but I'm looking forward to hearing about current Soga research on your desk, Jo.
We're just joining you.
Strange noises.
Is it working? Yes. Don't worry about that button. Okay. Are we going? Okay. Thank you very much to Professor Matthew for again the technical help. So I know it's a very entitled sort of research project on my desk. If you could see my desk, you know that it's a complete mess of different projects that I'm running or trying to run. And so a better title for the paper would be Brotherhood and Fraternities Centering Soga in African Christianity, because with the reading of Soga and Gideon, if you think we need extra time for questions, you can always cut in before talking about that. You can save it for tomorrow, if that's okay with you. I'll follow your lead. So, my current project all situated around Teosoga and man with his religious colleagues, both local and international, both contemporaneous and preceding, following him. We are so used to speaking of Soga as a lone figure, a pioneer, while simultaneously decrying the lack of research into those with whom he traveled and evangelized or incinerated, for those for the missionaries, the right ones. And so for the past 6 years, I've been researching Soga's political context and his contribution to place within African Christianity and in order to start to identify networks of African Christianity.
Sound is very bad.
Sorry.
One, two.
Yeah, I think clearly we've been having some problem with the sound, and I think Matthew is trying to sort it out now, because I couldn't hear anything, and I think a lot of other people were having a lot of problems too. Very difficult to understand given the sound problems.
Just reading.
So as all the virtual viewers and listeners can probably see, Matthew is trying to sort out the sound problem at the moment, and I'm sure he will.
If I can just interrupt for a second. I see that there are a couple of people in the GEOS venue simultaneously recording, and you can create interference between the different microphones if there is more than one Zoom session on the same venue. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So at moment like this, I like to sing a song. Danny. We can sing. Yeah. That's the only words I know.
Hi guys, thanks for that comment. There's just one person recording because we've only got access to one person to record. So we're just trying to resolve it. Just give us a minute or two. Thank you. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Hi guys, just checking. Can you hear me better on this laptop? Can you, is my sound better? I've unmuted. Sound 1, 2. I see Victoria and Bogani. You said yes, you can hear me on this. Okay, I see everyone saying that they can hear me. So this is good. What we're going to do, laptop, and you'll just present. Oh, that is that.
Yep, this is the chip and dip.
Is that,
this is the memory stick.
I think you can present off this, and you'll use the audio. I'll just put this laptop on top. That's fine.
Perfect.
Okay, just look.
Shall we shift it across?
Yeah.
Well, the sound seems much better now.
Oh, sorry, just
No?
for now, just to make sure.
That's great.
Yes.
Okay. Is that good for everybody?
Guys,
Yes.
if you can just send a comment there that yes.
Okay,
there
sound
we go.
is good. Sound much better.
Good.
Okay, so what I was saying was that for the past few years, my work has been on Soga has been located around learning about Soga's biblical hermeneutics, which is to say the way in which he used stories from the Bible to gain converts and the kinds of stories that he found compelling and that he thought that his audience would find compelling in order to convert. And that has diversified. And so that we're so used to speaking of Soga as a lone figure, a pioneer, whilst simultaneously we decry the lack of research into those with whom he traveled and evangelized or itinerated, or those who translated for the European missionaries, and I've been researching his contribution and place within African Christianity and the African independent churches, and to start to identify networks of African clergy surrounding Soga. Surprisingly, there are fairly substantial lists now of African clergy, men and a few women, who were involved in evangelical work alongside Soga. And his version of proselytizing included their participation as a vital aspect of his style. He was not a pulpit hogger. He regularly allowed or encouraged other people to preach from his pulpit and also to develop their own narrative styles. So here I hope to tilt the spotlight a little away from Reverend Soga towards these gentlemen and women to show who else was with him in his networks, the more to understand his milieu and the complexities of his positions. And also because we've not yet found the sermons themselves. So until I actually find the sermons, I've got to work around Soga rather than in the center of his work again. So here we go. Briefly, I'm just going to talk about Soga and his own elders, or the elders of the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland, as well as his contemporaries, local contemporaries, especially moving on to the Moravians, who are my new, really important site of Soga research, as well as his international contemporaries. And then if we get time to go on to talk about Janet Soga, née Burnside. We do actually have a Janet Soga with us today as well, but she's from a different generation. So first of all, here is a list of the elders with whom Soga worked. This list is drawn entirely from Soga's own journals and letters to the missionary record of the United Presbyterian Church. And as you can see, it's already fairly substantial. We have Dukwana, the son of Nzikana, and his sister, who is actually died in Scotland and is buried there, as is reported by John Aitken Chalmers' second wife, who wrote his memoir. She accompanied him there in 1851 and died of a respiratory tract infection very shortly after arriving. Festiri, Soga's brother, who is Skumbuzo and I regularly discourse on because he's very, very important. Nyosi and Toby, also spelled Tobe. Simon Gaza, who's a teacher at Renton at Ikobicha. Pepe, who works as a teacher at Uniondale with Niven. Tukani and William Wellington Koba, who is already in our, we already know about Koba quite a lot. Zaze, Soga's half-brother, Philip Koti, Clinty Chila, Yamboy, and Bukani Khazia at Chuchucha. And then there were some women, Notishi, a woman, a teacher at Mwali, and although neither an elder nor an itinerator, was one of the longest standing Xhosa Christians and had schooled in Scotland before the Reverend Teosoga arrived. She leaves in 1846, 2 months after he arrives. Hugely important. I've not managed to find any more information about her, but this is where this work needs to go, you know. Then there's Ntombela and Njikelana working at Mwali Girls' School in 1874. She won a prize in the Institution for Tidiness in Dress. Frances Ntikana, these ones are not on this list. Frances is the sister of Dukwana. Then we have my favorite, the dudes. Okay, they're up here too. These gentlemen are beside my desk all the time, and they constantly talk to me. So this is William, I can't move from there. So this is William Coy, and above him is Mapasa Ntintili, who had a sister called Emily Ntintili, who worked as a teacher. Then next to them is Shadrach Ngonana and Isaac Williams Wochop, who's sitting with his legs crossed as a young man. This is these four gentlemen were missionaries to Malawi in 1878 with Reverend Mr. Stewart, who was the leader of Lovedale, who I don't really have very much time for. But so these four gentlemen were missionaries as well. there's so much to say about these. I'm just going to skip right through. Here's Johannes Mahonga, to whom Tando referred earlier. And then we have Reverend Joel Ndungani, Reverend Charles Chaz Pamela, who is extremely important because he is the Reverend from the Wesleyans, whom the Wesleyans ordained immediately after during the translation of the Bible debacle between Soga and the Wesleyan missionary Appleyard. And when Soga accuses them of racism and of not having ordained any African missionaries themselves, they quickly ordain Reverend Palmer, and he then gets kind of weirdly positioned. And I'm very interested in working with Pamela next, because he gets positioned in a very antagonistic way against Soga. And I'm very interested in the same way, Tali, that you talked about Brownlee, of looking at Pamela, because I think they are also a very interesting kind of brother or gentleman in relation to each other. Here we have William Shaw Karma, who Tando, you also mentioned, and Reverend Samuel Mtinkulu, as well as the more famous Reverend Mzimba, and here's another picture of him with his people, and Reverend Dwane. How do you say this word? Dwane. Who also has letters. I mean, this, I'm not sure if you can see Grahamstown District. That is a letter from the Reverend J.M. Dwane. So these people's writings do appear in the missionary records and in the Wesleyan records. And it's possible, one of the projects I'm involved in is to actually find these narratives and put them onto a site called One More Voice, which if I start talking about, I'll definitely get in trouble with Vivian because I'll go over. Here is Gwem Tiamzashe, who is such a gorgeous Congregationalist church minister. I can imagine quite full pulpits, a Congregationalist. Then another very important site of research was the PhD written by Les Switzer. And those of you who work with South African literary history will know of Les Switzer. He's a very important author of texts on 19th century African history. And his PhD is entitled The Problems of an African Mission in a White-Dominated Multiracial Society, the American Zulu Mission in South Africa, 1885 to 1910. And it is full of names of people who were also clergy and African clergy. And I would really like to see this published as a text and available for purchase to, ordinary Joes such as myself. He mentions Rufus Anderson, Ngozana Mngandi, Msingapasi Nyuswa, James Dube, David Ruitt, Ira Adams Nembula, Mboyane Ngidi. And then there's a gentleman whose name is John McCutcheon, who gave a lecture recently that I attended, who also had Reverend Mpamba, Reverend Makone, Reverend Mbali, Reverend Makiwane, who of course we know, and Engenius Gonyane, who worked for the Zion, was the founder of the Zion Christian Church in 1924. So these are African clergy who are working around Soga's time and just a little bit after. And my two favorites, Johannes Naken and Josua Hermanus, who are actually Moravian ministers. Now, the history of the Moravian impact on South African Christianity is very unwritten. There's only one person really who's written on him, that is Tim Keegan, and on them. And these gentlemen are photographed, I'm not sure how, but they're from the 18th century. The first Genadendal Moravian mission station was made in 1736, 1736. They precede the Wesleyans, they precede the London Missionary Society by at least 60 years. And it's a rocky picture, which I can definitely go on about for 100 years. They establish only one man, his name is Schmidt, George Schmidt, spelled S-C-H-M-I-D-T. And he teaches people to read and write in Dutch. And so that is why all the translators of the European missionaries translate from English to Dutch through the interpreters. It's because of George Schmidt and the Christians who become converted through him. This is a part of South Africa's literary, religious history, which is sadly untapped, and which I'm really working with at the minute. And the important part is that everything in light blue is where the Moravians are. And you can see that they're right in the middle. There's Enon and there's Shiloh. They're right in the exact area where Reverend Teosoga comes from by 1823. So well before his birth, there is an entire Christian organization, a mission station. That's the fourth. Shiloh is the fourth mission station that they start. And this is an established part of Xhosa culture by the time, 7-10 years before Soga is born even. And a lot of the way that they do mission is part of how I've come to understand how Soga does mission. And there, I do have a paper on this, which is on, was recorded for me last year on Zoom. It's on YouTube. And if you Google Davis Soga seminar at SOAS, because it was for my research associateship at the Center for World Christianity at SOAS, you'll see it's a 45-minute lecture. I don't think many of the questions are recorded, which is quite sad. But the point is that I've started to understand that the Moravian ethos actually had more of an impact on Soga's biblical hermeneutics than did the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland, which is quite strange, or at least interesting. Then, in addition to the brethren that preceded, surrounded, and worked with Soga, I've also found some African clergy from Ghana. So, for example, the Reverend James A. Solomon, as well as these Gold Coast ministers. And you can see within this picture a large number of African clergy. Slowly but surely, Soga's studies is opening the lid, as far as I can see, onto more of the history that is our birthright. Now, just in case you think I'm the only person who's totally interested in this, I thought I'd bring you the cover of a few books. This book by Reverend Egbunu was published 2 months ago, and it arrived at my flat last night. My husband photographed this page, Pathfinders for Christianity in Northern Nigeria, 1862 to 1940. He also focuses on African clergy. This is the contents page of the text. A Malawian church history, Kenneth R. Ross. I actually have the book with me here. I forgot to put it out on the table. So if anyone would like to have a look, this is an incredible text full of Malawian church history. And you can see as well, 1860 to 2020. So very much in Soga's milieu, these men and women, well, not really very many women, but these people are working around Soga. And here's a text called Making African Christianity by Robert J. Hall, which I also have with me here. It's also incredibly interesting, as well as this most fabulous of texts edited by Arun Jones, Christian Interculture, which looks at how to go to the archives and source narratives around exactly what we are doing here today. And it's incredibly interesting to see that it's not only the South African endeavor. In fact, the world is interested in knowing about this. Arun Jones is one of my heroes. I'm sure he's not listening, but I do hope he would be. So Vivian, I'm not sure if I can ask you, it's now 4:25. Do you want me to stop here for questions, or do you want me to continue?
I think we have a bit of additional time because we had a bit of a hiccup because of the mics and everything. So I think you can go on for at least 5 more minutes. I mean, I don't know how much more you need. Joe, can you hear me?
What does he say?
Just give me a minute.
Matthew, can you?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Joe, I think you're going to have at least 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Because we had an interruption because of the mics problem. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so moving on then, there are also the international clergy who are working around Soga and in his same time period. And Mandisi, you mentioned Blyden and Crummell and James Africanus Horton and so on. And of course, in my book on Soga, there's a section on not the Moravians, but Soga's involvement with those gentlemen through the Reverend Dr. Henry Highland Garnet, who was one of the founders of the African Colonization Society, which was a reverse colonization society coming back to Africa from African America. And these gentlemen were complicated in many, many ways. But Garnet was also a member of the Underground Railway, which was a place for self-freed slaves to go in order to gain safety in the north of America. And a woman named Stella Vimes arrived at his door immediately in New York as he was about to leave for Scotland in 1851, and he brought her with him, Stella Vimes. And it is said that Teosoga fell deeply in love with Stella Vimes, and in fact, she was his first love. And Reverend Dr. Henry Highland Garnet was a fierce anti-slavery proponent, and the United Presbyterian Church of Scotland loved him madly and thought he was fantastic and ordained him. He was already a reverend. They ordained him in their own church too and sent him to Jamaica, where he had his mission station. Stella Vimes accompanied him, as did Reverend Garnet's rest of his family. And Teosoga is also said to have gone to Havana as a missionary in 1854. So I believe he went there to visit Stella. She died the following year in 1855, the winter of 1855, of bilious fever, which I've never really worked out exactly what that illness is. But if you have a look at this map, you will see that Havana is where I've drawn the line between the two land masses in Cuba to America. Havana is the last place in the world where slavery is still, and slave trading is still permitted by 1854. It's permitted because it's the shortest possible route, say some of us, between the free world and the unfree world, in other words, in America. So I should say slave trading was permitted because slavery is still legal in America up until 1865. And Soga's there in 1854. And so, unfortunately, for the love story of Stella and Reverend Teo, they do not marry. She dies, and he returns to Scotland to continue with his education. Meantime, I believe that there would be correspondence between Stella and Reverend Soga, or Garnet and Reverend Soga, Garnet as the adoptive father of Stella, which would be around a love story in Reverend Garnet's effects, which are either in New York or in Liberia, because Reverend Garnet himself died in Liberia in 1872. He was the United States American consul to Liberia then at the time. So these are the clergy with whom Soga deals every single day of his life. And this is where my most recent, these projects are the ones that I am working on at the moment, aside from all the others. Because I found some more speeches of Soga's. I'm constantly retrieving more documents, more information. and sort of just trying to compile it and hopefully find an avenue to publish. I don't think I'm going to have time, Vivian, that's 5 minutes exactly to talk about Janet, but I was...
Well, I think two minutes on Janet. We did lose 10 minutes, so a couple of minutes on Janet.
2 minutes on Janet. Woo!
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
perfect.
I don't know how many minutes.
All right, Janet.
It'd be lovely to have an hour on Janet, but we probably can't.
Janet defies me every time I put a picture of Janet, she does this. Okay, Janet's birth details, very important. She's born in February or March 1827 in the Hutchison Relief Church. People who are watching, on account of the fact that I'm doing this in 2 minutes, please just screenshot what you can, because this is your heritage too. I'm going to publish it, but you might as well own it until then. So the important part about these is to look at the names, because all of the children's names are derived from these historical antecedents. So we have Alan with 2 L's, we have William Kirkland, and we know the name, that's the surname Kirkland, and Janet Patterson, John Burnside, and so she's Scottish. We're always told of, this is the work of Reverend George MacArthur, who I said we are missing in our works today. We always say that we don't know how they met, but we do know that they definitely married. So here is the wedding marriage certificate of Janet and Teo, and you can see his name is spelled Teosoga. So I think the Z got confused with a Y on the birth certificate. And importantly about this document is you can clearly see Teo gives his age at the age of 26 in 1857, which means that we need to dispense with the 1829 year of Makoma's expulsion from the Cat River as the birth date of Reverend Soga. He states his age as 26. I wouldn't think that he would call himself 26 if he wasn't 28. His bride is 28. I think that he means what he says when he says he was born, he's 26 years old here. Janet left South Africa with the children in 1873 to live in a little cottage in Dala. The 1881 census has her living in a city, in a place at the north of Scotland called Broomino. And you can see that it's quite a long way across Scotland from Dala, which is very close to Stirling. By 1903, the year of her death, she's giving talks. You can see it here. She's giving talks to at the meeting of the women of the congregation on Thursday in the hall. Mrs. Soga will tell of work in Prairie. It's not her work. It's not the work of her husband, deceased. It's the work of her children, I believe. It's the work of the Reverend William Anderson Soga, who was still missioning at this point, although he gives it up very shortly now, and John Henderson Soga, as well as the daughter Frances Maria Ann Soga. And so there is a relationship between the Sogas in Scotland in the late 19th and early 20th century and South Africa. There's church records which have been discovered by Ian McCracken, who will be talking tomorrow about Jessie Margaret Sorba, which clearly show that funds are generated in Scotland for specific mission issues in William Anderson's church, which is Mbuli, I think, the top of my head. Her gravestone is, apologies for the terrible quality of this. She's buried with her father and her brother. And she dies a very rich woman. I'm not sure if you can see here. She dies a rich woman with a huge estate by today's standards. And part of her money is in the Standard Bank in South Africa. And in today's meeting, may I mention, today's meeting with the family, I asked whether or not anyone has ever tapped this resource, and indeed no one has ever tapped this amount of money. So we are hoping that we are going to start being able to actually access that, because Ian McCracken, who found this information for me, also worked out how much it was in contemporary value. And it's, I mean, I can't do numbers. Ask my husband, if we go over 9, I'm stuck. So I'm stuck because we are so far over 9, right? Here is her will. I beg your pardon. Here is her will. We've found her will as well. End of slideshow. Vivian?
I think that was actually
Janet in 2
25
minutes.
It was exactly 25 minutes. We had
Thank
10
you,
minutes
everybody. Thank you for
of
listening.
Mike. I think now it really is a question of opening us up for discussion and debate. And clearly, I think Mandisi and Tolly, between them, I think set up potential sort of further debate clearly about what Teosoga was, what he stood for. You know, was he indeed the obedient Protestant, or was there something more to him? I mean, did this perhaps change over time? Did it depend on who he was speaking to? Did it depend on historical circumstances? Which side of him, perhaps, you know, he showed? My feeling is that, like many individuals, you know, Soga could be both at times, you know, seemingly an out-and-out loyalist, but at other times a critic of the colonial government. I mean, particularly when it came to the mooted 1860s removal of all Xhosa east of the Kai, and he called out white racists, certainly. And one wonders, of course, he died so young, and before perhaps the solidifying of a kind of white racist system and segregation later on in the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. But I think that's for debate. But we also had fascinating insights into other networks, the politics of the frontier, as Tolly has said, and also I think Stephanie has drawn attention to that and the nuances and the connections, as Joe has as well. And I do think historians often of the frontier, and one thinks of Noel Mostert's you know, extraordinary achievement in the frontiers, but or Clifton Cray's too, of course, in the Eastern Cape, but often not necessarily interweaving terribly successfully the story of colonial encounter and conflict with that of the growth and the networks and the complications within the story of Christianity and the establishment of missions. So I think there's plenty to discuss. I must shut up. I'd love to talk more, but I think I don't know how we're going to do this. Are we going to have questions in the chat line, or will people put hands up if they're actually in the hall? I've not done a sort of hybrid Zoom conference before, so you're going to have to guide me. I mean, you know, clearly we've got a chat bar on people who are online, and I can take questions there, or I could see, is there a hand up there on screen? It's a bit, I can't see terribly clearly, actually. Everybody's a little bit fuzzy, misty. The camera isn't great, but are there any questions? I mean, Mandisi, do you want to come back on Tolly and his sort of idea about who Teosoga was, what he represented? Or Tolly, indeed, do you want to elaborate on your views and, in a sense, how you were trying to nuance Mandisi's? I mean, that might be a way to begin. I'm very much open to whatever questions people would like to ask.
Vivian, so no, I mean, the only thing I was, I would like to address and talk to is just your observation that, white racism really started to strengthen in the Cape Colony in late 19th century, early 20th century. And I think this view is actually a misreading of race and the racialization project in South Africa. Because for 2 centuries, the Cape Colony was a slave society that used race as a key variable to delineate slave labor and just ordinary labor. And it used race as a key variable to define who was a free citizen, the free beggars, and therefore those free beggars were supported by the white authority through being given land and so on. So to sort of give you an impression that
no, I mean, I think this is very important. Yeah.
So that's just my observation.
I mean, I wasn't putting it very well, Miseducation. You're quite right to call me to task there. I mean, I'd absolutely agree with you about sort of racial slavery, and the way that became an incredibly influential factor in how people, particularly white people, perhaps thought about race in the Cape Colony. And of course, wars, frontier wars, were another component to that. And I suppose what I was really sort of saying was, for particularly the Western educated person like Teosoga, I mean, I think there was a glimmer of hope after the end of slavery and before perhaps the last 2 decades of the 19th century, that there might be more of a class system coming into being, where they might, in fact, be able to be. I mean, somebody like Sol Pikey, I think, very much hoped and thought about, thought in this way as well. And I think Teosoga, of course, he died, before, Cecil Rhodes and his link up with the Bond, etc. Made, I think, that seem much less likely. And of course, it became increasingly less likely, the Land Act, etc. So yeah, I mean, I'm not really disagreeing, and I think you're right to remind us that it's it's not teleological, it's a complex history. Thank you.
I've got a question. Hang on. Yeah, I've got a question. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, yeah. That's a G. Your name isn't coming up. It's just
Will.
G.
Will.
Sorry?
Will. G-W-I-L.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I will. Yes, do put your question, please.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, it's sort of for Tolly, really, I suppose. And I mean, 2 points. One is that I'm interested in the creation of the role of the Native Affairs, Secretary of Native Affairs. Did actually happen in Natal, the neighbouring colony, a bit before that. And it was interesting that that was held by Theophilus Shepstone, who had been a missionary in the sort of Cape Colony before. But it's interesting that when Bishop Colenso, the first Anglican bishop of Natal, went there, he recommended that a replacement for Shepstone could be an African who was a Christian convert, which is kind of mind-boggling, really, because you can't imagine that the settlers and the governor would have agreed to that. But anyway, I just mentioned that as a point of interest. But going back to your talk about Brownlee and Soga, where they differed in their kind of aims, it seems like Brownlee wanted to kind of destroy the power of the chiefs, whereas Soga wanted to incorporate them into the sort of civilizing mission, if I'm putting that very crudely. But it's interesting because in what I've found out about white missionaries in a bit later on into the 70s, certainly in that whole region, is they wanted to destroy the power of the chiefs, the missionaries, and also they were united with the settlers and the colonial officials. They wanted to destroy the power of the chiefs. And of course, Bartle Frere came over and helped them along with that in his sort of military campaigns following the last Frontier War. But I'm just wondering, I don't know if I got that right, but I'm just wondering if you thought Soga's idea was to try and incorporate the chiefs into a kind of civilized process, but given the whole thing about initiation, that was a big divisive factor between him and the sort of traditional Africans. I wonder, could that ever have happened? Because in a way, the chiefs' power resided in their traditional, the tradition that supported their own kind of social sort of formation. And I just wondered whether that was a kind of serious idea that he had, and whether he really thought the whole thing about initiation could have been got over. Because anyway, that was basically.
I think it was quite a lot of comment and a question, Will. Tolly, would you like to respond?
I think you raise a tension in his thinking, which I'm not sure Soga himself fully thought through. I think we have to recognize he's improvising to some degree. I think it's important to recognize that we have the benefit of seeing everything, and I think so. I think I don't think he's thought through all those tensions, but I think it's his way. We see him thinking through this question of how, given his own family connection to sort of authority, traditional authority, given his own upbringing in a different kind of context, how is he himself reconciling this? And I think, so that's my argument, or my interpretation, is this is his attempt to reconcile that, which is to do away with what he would have considered customs that are not useful. And in fact, Mandisi quoted that passage around the painted blankets and all of that, which is a good example of exactly what he's saying. Do away with those things, but also retain the authority and the political kind of almost independence. Whether that's possible or not, that's hard to say.
Perhaps I could just come in there, because I think that he made sort of interesting comments about parallels that he saw, or potential parallels between the Xhosa and the Scots. And, he rather hoped, I think, that there would be a sort of a place that would recognize Xhosa tradition and value those traditions not incompatible with Christianity. And he very much, called out white settlers if they thought, for instance, that in any way Xhosa were less intelligent or less noble than whites. And indeed, he was on record as saying that he thought that in general, non-Christian Xhosa were more generous, more hospitable than Christian Xhosa. I mean, so it's complicated. And I think he rather believed in a sort of sub-nationalism within what he hoped would be a benign. I mean, we can see him as deluded now, but which I think possibly he hoped at the time would be a benign kind of situational future. But thank you, Tolly. Other questions?
Vivian, we have a question here from
Sandeep. Is that the yellow? Oh, right. Okay, sorry.
No,
is that from
the yellow hand is another question as well.
Yes. Well, would you like to go ahead, Sivya Sizwe?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful conference. I want to trouble this kind of like, I feel like there's some sense of
the sound is very poor. Sorry, Sivya Sizwe.
Can you hear me?
It's not very clear. I don't know if others can hear. Can others hear clearly?
Okay,
no, shaking heads, I fear. If you could start again, and I don't know if Matthew can help.
No, Matthew unfortunately can't help because Sivoy Sizwe is not with us. But maybe we can pass the microphone to Sandiswa in the meantime, Sivoy Sizwe, if you allow that.
So sorry, I mean, it seems to be a technical problem. Perhaps we can do that. Yes, Joe. I mean, yeah.
So if you stand here and talk, you will be on. Okay.
I think my question is
that one needs to be silenced.
No.
Oh, sorry. On you go.
Okay.
That one.
Try again. Okay, I think my question is just two questions, maybe one comment and one question. I wanted to ask on your friends of Teosoga, why is God not part of them? Because God and Tupan are brothers. They are the sons of Nsikane, who then Nsikane is.
Yes, did I not mention?
Yes.
Oh, I beg your pardon. No, he's definitely supposed to be there. He's MIA.
Yes, and also I wanted to ask, is it Prof. Bradford? the way he articulated Teosoga, it seems somehow from a Black theology kind of perspective is that he enables the use of Christianity into colonialization, the way he becomes this Christian who walks with Brownlee and all of those things. But my question is that because Christianity from the onset is already part and tool of the colonial administrators, so it is already set like that. Therefore, the question is Teosoga not just this figure at the beginning that can be used, therefore, to afford the colonial story into with the natives, and because also Brownlee becomes a very interesting figure in the history, because at some point, I think it's him who wanted to exterminate the Xhosas.
No,
like
it's not Brownlee.
Is it not Brownlee?
No, it's not Brownlee.
But he is within that framework of the last very king, so the Sandile Wars. And I don't know if, I think Tembegang told me records this, maybe it's the confusion there, but the war, the Sandile War, it is within that framework where also this is more on the period when the division of Africa happens.
1886.
Yes. So my question is that the colonial Christian narrative has already been happening. So therefore, the way you presented Teosoga, it seems like he enables it or affords it because he becomes this figure. Therefore, who can follow Christianity, and therefore Christianity seems to be okay. We can use Christianity to colonize. So that's
right.
My question.
Thank you, Tolly. Would you like to respond to that comment and question? And other panelists could come in as well if they want, of course. But Tolly, I think it's firstly to you.
Right. So just to make sure I'm getting the question correct, it's whether, because of his relationship with Brownlee, if I'm framing him as someone who's enabling colonial, or the relationship between Christianity and colonialism. Am I getting that sort of?
I think it seems to be, I mean, I don't want to speak for the speaker, but it seemed to be about, well, Christianity was enabling colonialism.
Right.
And you seem to be suggesting there's more nuance.
Right. Okay. I couldn't hear it. Just the sound is a little bit unclear.
It isn't great. No, I agree. I was having to put my ear close.
So I think this relationship between colonialism and Christianity in the mid-19th century, particularly in the Eastern Cape, is fraught with a complex set of relations, because Christianity is simultaneously aiding colonialism and simultaneously being used to thwart colonialism.
Yeah.
And so I think so I guess I'm sort of saying that Soga, we should accept that he's using Christianity in a way that makes sense to him. And what makes sense to him is a way to, on the one hand, what he would call bring quote unquote civilization or modernization to the Xhosa, and on the other hand, use it to protect Xhosa leadership and political independence, which maybe for our perspective, it looks a little bit awkward, but I think in his way, it makes sense to him in a sense. So it is a bit maybe disturbing, I guess, for our sensibilities to see Soga so connected to someone like Charles Brownlee. I think that's off-putting, but I think it shows us. What I think it shows us is that Soga isn't just responding to colonialism, but he's actually part of the construction of colonialism, and that's. So I guess that's what I will say.
Yeah, I mean, I might just add that in a way, though, I mean, the complexity, Tolly, that you're describing is also that sort of mission education and literacy, we're ultimately also providing a kind of technology that enables a sort of modern nationalism, African nationalism to emerge. So it might have been undercutting traditional resistance of the 19th century, the missionary effort. But on the other hand, perhaps it was sowing the seeds of the possibility of a sort of modern nationalism to emerge. Are there other panelists who would like to comment? Is there a hand up there? I mean, there's a hand which is a disembodied hand appearing. Oh, yes, right, okay.
Yes. Vivian, I'm so involved in this discussion. I have so many things to say, and I just briefly want to mention that in my work on Reverend Soga's theologies, I see him absolutely stripping Christianity and civilization away from each other. They are not the same project. He is not interested in colonialism. I would love to talk more about this a lot, but I do know that Mutumi Mtabeni is trying to ask a question, and also that Siwe is back. So if there's time at the end, I would love to come in and talk more, but we've heard a lot of my voice.
I mean, it's fascinating, yeah. I mean, I think often not enough attention is paid by historians to theology, really. But
yes, exactly. So Mbutumi's question is here. Can I read it for you, Mbutumi, or would you want to?
Yes, please do, because I can't, I'm trying to sort of look around. And there's a couple of things coming through on the chat column which seem to be sort of statements rather than questions. And I think it'd be very good if there are any more questions. We can go 5 minutes into referee's optional time. But just keep the questions short. That would be good.
So, okay, I'm going to read Siwe's question first. She says, the Black radical sentiments in South Africa is that the legacy of Teosoga continues today in post-apartheid South Africa, where Christianity's role remains to be intertwined with racial capitalism that glorifies, elevates few Black bodies. However, still using the same tactics of exclusion and racism to exploit the Black masses, which are seen as backward in the so-called contemporary education, church socialization. And I'm just going to read Mpotumi's question straight up because I think it aligns immediately.
Yes,
he says,
good.
Perhaps it would help to distinguish between Christianity and Christendom, the use of the region for imperialist means. Mpotumi, this is the first time we've agreed on this. In that sense, we can now ask if Teo was part of British Christendom advance. If not, then what he stood for becomes more complex. I don't believe any academic paper can ever be able to answer properly that. And maybe you're right, but I'm definitely going to try.
So would panelists like to respond to those questions and their partial comments as well? I mean, Joe, you are sort of responding. Would others to as well?
So Vivian, if other panelists would like to respond, or indeed other listeners, then I'll of course move to hear their voices.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a debate.
Exactly. Anybody else? Because I definitely see, you know, in Soga's speech to the YMCA in 1865, when he goes to Cape Town and he's ill and he gets treated in Cork Bay, he gives a speech to the YMCA in which he people haven't really looked at that speech. It's a complicated speech riddled with irony, which, as you know, is a literary device which allows you to speak opposite to what you mean. So you really have to work like with a chisel with that text. But it's clear that he is actually pointing fingers at Christians, and the YMCA stands for Young Men's Christian Association. He's supposedly with his brothers there, but he's pointing fingers saying, you know, you're not giving the seventh day as rest. And this, you know, what he says, when do you ever promote the Decalogue? He's definitely got a different agenda with Christianity than colonialism. For him, I believe it's a spiritual quest rather than a political quest. I mean, Tolly's work is outstanding. I'm not arguing with Tolly there. I mean, that is a brand new light that we really thank him for. But I've never found him to be a colonial missive. I've always found him to be working in imbricated discursive ways. You know, he's definitely trying to please everybody simultaneously. I don't disagree with that. And it gets complicated and he gets lost in that. But he's not ever, he never says anything racist in his entire works. I never found one racist thing. And on the contrary, I find that he speaks very, very valiantly about the power of the Xhosa people. And that we always have to remember when he talks about what is the destiny of the Xhosa people, that already the Gonakwa, the Hurikwa, there were already genocides that had happened in his exact milieu. He can't be facing a situation where John Aitken Chalmers suddenly starts pronouncing about these people are all going to be dead in, if they don't convert, and not respond in some way. Actually, and Tolly, Mandisi, I have a question related to that, which is the extent to which...
I'm going to suggest that we have 10 more minutes. So we go to 10 past 5, okay, because it's 5 o'clock now. Let's go to 10 past 5 because we missed 10 minutes. Do go on, Joe.
So in my book on Soga, I argue that we need to not take Chalmers seriously at all. In fact, I write that it's his own biography, that he's ventriloquized Soga, and he's put in stuff that's his own story into Soga's story. And I really think we need to work out, are we going to use Chalmers as an actual source? And as a literary theorist and a literary historian, it seems to me that Chalmers' work is not in any way bankable as a historical source. It's a novel of his own life. We can't take, I don't take anything that Chalmers says seriously at all, except for, because if you look at what he's saying, it's so little is actually about Soga himself. It's all around Soga, and Soga and Chalmers were never friends. People say that they were best friends and they grew up. They were only ever in the same place for 2 years, because actually John Aitken Chalmers was 7 years younger than Teosoga, and he was a sickly child. So even when they were together in the Eastern Cape, John was in bed and he was brought food. He was kept away from his family, from the normal community. Actually, William Chalmers Jr., the son of William Chalmers, who ran Tumi Mission Station, was more Soga's age mate, not John Aitken. And I really think that Soga scholarship needs to kind of grapple with who John Aitken Chalmers really was and why they think he's an authority. I don't mean to...
Well, the thing is, the book does contain quite a lot of supposedly verbatim quotes from letters from correspondence, so it's not entirely... What?
Supposedly, but I've
supposedly,
never found...
I agree, you would have to check the...
I've checked and they've never located back. I've looked and looked and looked, and I've never found the original documents until, as a literary theorist, until I have the originals, I cannot say that's Soga's work, especially when I don't read any of Soga's voices.
But he quotes from Indaba, for instance, and the King William Stone Gazette. I mean, in other words, there is stuff there which we can go to and we can see as real.
Yes, I just want to add one thing to support Joe, is that it's also interesting what he doesn't quote. Because he doesn't quote the King William Town Gazette article. He doesn't quote that.
No,
and so that's just as important as what he does quote, as what he silences. So
sure, he certainly doesn't. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be. I'm just saying there might be a few things in Chalmers that we could possibly find useful. Other questions? We've got about 7 minutes left. I think. Any questions, comments? Anybody else like to come in? Oh yes, Madisi, please.
I just wanted to say that what sources to take seriously, and especially when it comes to the colonial archive in South Africa. I mean, that criticism can be applied, to many of those sources in that archive. To Colburn, to Lavalle, to Ludwig, and so on and so forth. But that's beside the point. The really substantive point I want to make is that really my reading of Soga is not based, informed by Chalmers. I actually read what he has to say himself, and for example, his idea of tracing blacks to this idea of Ham and his biblical, genealogy of race. that's Soga himself. I just simply understand and contextualize that, that argument within the history of race and racialization. It's not from Chalmers. And to argue that, Soga, presents another side of process as powerful and so on and so forth. I mean, you can say that about Robert Moffat, John Phillip, and just all the colonial scribes, that sort of had this kind of a Rousseauian, noble savage. That, these causers, they are great, they are warriors, they are beautiful, but we still have to civilize them. Okay, so that's part and parcel of that whole tradition. So to say that Soga also makes this observation, it's just, of course we expect that, because it's part of the tradition, but it doesn't reveal anything that sort of shows Soga in a better light than his colleagues and peers. And I mean, obviously, I appreciate his contribution, and I understand, my reading, goes against the grain, which is fine. But yeah, it's very much grounded on the scholarship of race and the history of South Africa and colonialism. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mandisa. Yeah. Anybody else? We've only got a couple of minutes left. Any last question, or any panelists would like to make a last statement or two? Yeah. So is that Joe?
There's a question from Zweledinga Palo Jordan in here,
right.
In the chat. I can see him on the screen. Would you like to ask
I can't.
Question
sorry, obviously I'm not monitoring that well. Could you read it out?
Dr. Jordan, would you like to speak your question yourself? Okay, I will read it.
Yeah.
He says, have the presenters unfortunately not distinguished sufficiently between pre-1820 missionaries, post-1820s missionaries, and then post-1850s missionaries? Van der Kemp's attitudes were very different to those of missionaries who followed him. The missionaries who arrived after 1820 differ fundamentally from those who preceded them. The late 19th century missionary is an agent of imperialism, unlike Reverend Phillips, Reed, and Williams. My fellow panelists, would you like to comment?
Tolly?
I think that's really, really important. I think that's incredibly important. Those early missionaries were radicals in a sense. They were anti-imperialists in a sense. And I mean, I was trained with Elizabeth Elborn, and she would always make the point that around 1850 ish, the whole role of Christianity within colonialism really becomes more tied to a more imperial agenda. And so there is a significant shift there in terms of that position, the meaning of Christianity, but also the actions of missionaries. And that's not just in South Africa. It's in Canada, what I'm familiar with. There is something significantly different from the early to the late. And so, I thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. Very important. Anybody else like to conclude, or should we leave it there? I mean, we're just a bit after 5, or about 8 minutes past 5. Unless I can see, or you can see any questions, and I'm trying. I'm sort of looking above,
I've got a
perhaps yes. Gil,
I've got a point.
Yeah, you would like last comment?
Okay.
Question?
Well, I don't know if it should be the last one, but I think thinking about reflecting on what I said before about the belief that a lot of white missionaries had that the traditional power of the chiefs was incompatible with their Christianization and their incorporation into the colonial process. I was just wondering if maybe Teosoga saw, he kind of thought that the colonization process was inevitable and that Christianity was a route by which he could try and sort of like rescue the traditional chiefs without them being sort of just annihilated kind of thing, and sort of rescue them from the white missionaries' view, which is their authority should be destroyed completely because it was a block to Christianization. I mean, I know
I'm going to cut you short because I think it's a very good point. Maybe we've got very little time. Would any of the panelists like to respond to that point? That Teosoga was somewhat different to the white missionaries in trying to save the position perhaps of the chiefs, and with it elements of perhaps traditional social structure and culture. Anybody like to respond? Is that Joe's hand coming?
It's my hand, but I'm sure you know exactly what I'm going to say. So let me say, because yes, I do. I mean, I even argue in one of the papers that I wrote that his children set up mission stations close to Sahili in order to protect him, in order to have a place of refuge for Sahili should he need them. I mean, Sahili really feared quite correctly the English, and I do believe that that Soga did have a really an impetus to protect the. I mean, his father was the counselor to Sandile and to Oika. That role went on in their lives. That is part of his heritage as well. And I really think that Tolly's vision of Soga as a political, instrumental person, it really allows us to start to investigate exactly that question. But perhaps Mandisi or Stephanie would like to say something as well.
Yes, quite quickly, if you would. Mandisi, do you want to say anything, or I don't know if there's anybody else?
Mandisi. No, I'd like to give someone else a chance.
Yes.
Or you can chat afterwards. Do you want to? Yeah. I mean, if I don't hear anything from you, Mandisi, I think we should draw formal proceedings to a close. To thank the paper presenters enormously for their contributions, also those who raised questions, and frankly also the audience for patience. It's quite a long session, and also there were quite a lot of technical problems, and I think Matthew Goffel must be thanked also for his helping us to he really overcoming a lot of the technical difficulties which did arise, and Matthew, thank you very much. And on that note, shall we just sort of, I mean, virtually or in the hall, just sort of thank the speakers again, and for this.
We'll see everybody tomorrow at 8 o'clock South Africa time, 6 o'clock UK time for the Heritage as a Lived Legacy panel.
Thank you. Thanks everybody. Goodbye.
Thank
Goodbye
you.
for now. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Oh, I beg your pardon, guys. There's a screening. Oh, sorry. There's a screening that starts in at 6 o'clock. There's a screening of of Mr. Mapukata's film. Yes, I beg your pardon. There I was thinking it was over for the day. Apologies. We'll be back in an hour, in 45 minutes. In 45 minutes.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well done.
Thank you.
You ready for your picture? Hi guys, just checking. Can anyone hear me? I got a message, and this is from Bongani. Thank you very much. Guys, we're about to start the movie. The movie will, we'll just press play. Straight after the movie, there will be a few question and answers, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much. Here we go.
Umfundisi Teosoga uzalwa kwiingcili zaseTyhume eTiyeni. Inkosi yayilapho eligwala likantaba. Lelo gama elwenza into yoba ukufika apha ime kanye kulo mhlaba enonkosi uSandile umkolombane. Wathi le ndawo lo mlambo ngaphantsi apha ngumgwali, kuba nje wasilapha nje singamagwali kantaba, siphuma kwiintilo zaseTyhume phantsi kwenkosi uNdaba. Yabona, uzalwa nguSoga kunye noSuthu nina. Ngeli xesha kufike ndingathi Christianity kwelaa cala bale nto qala ethi kubekho ubunzima kule family kwaSoga. Wabe lo mfana enkwenkwanana uTiyo, kwacaca ukuba kwenza ivuselelo phaa uyise ukhalazela into yokuba le nkwenka iyezinkomeni entabeni ilibelele le nto. Uyabona, unina unoSuthu uye omane emsako evuselele against iwill kamyeni uSoga. Wada kwanyanzeleka uba unina naye le nkwenkwe iyawulala entabeni nomntu abazikandoda. Ulapho wakhetsha ingqele, uphele esiya esikolweni ene-TB, pneumonia. Ngenxa zangqele welala phaa ebaleka umsindo kaMyeni unoSuthu. Yabona, wabe ke ngoku uTeosoga nabaphathi besikolo phaa eDikeni sebefumanisile ubukrelekrele bale nkwenkwanana, yachwechisa yafuna libe ne-subject wathi ukufundisa itishala yanguyedwa oyaziyo loo nto. Wabhala phantsi ke iziphathamandla zesikolo zabona uba ufanele ukuwezwa aye eScotland awufundela ubufundisi. Ohambile ke ngokufutshane ukutsho eScotland wafunda. Uthe ethubeni phaa wathandana nentokazi yeNegro phaa kulaa yunivesithi. Kwaqhubekeka ke kuNegro masibumnyama, kwaqhubekeka ke unfortunately ntokazi uyathetha, unfortunately ntokazi yabhubha phaya. Azawuthi ke ngoku ebhubheni kwakho wathandana noGenealogy, umfazi wakhe. Wabuya naye ke ebuyela back ekhaya eDikeni. Apho eDikeni ufike sekwisicelo sikaSandile apha eMgwali esithi, uyawukhumbula nkosi yam uba uyiseka Sandile ligqobhoka lokuqala lenkosi ngumntu oqala unxibe ebhruka. Uyiseka Sandile lo wabe ngoku ke phaya kwaSandile kwangqika selikho elifuthe lenguquko. uSandile ungqika lo uvele wacaca ngexesha kufika uNtsikane, umgcini kaNtsikane phaya. Wacaca uba ezinye inkosi are against le nto yabe belungu mana ngabe bebana bephuma belwandle. Usoga uNhlebi namanye aphakathi ngabo kanye abe besilwa ba uNgqika lo ukhangeleka ngathi uyayithanda lento seyimgcini seyimbambile kuNtsikane sekunto ethela kuNtsikane kumana kube kuyilungu bafika bofa kuNtsikane ndiyabona yebo. Kulelo xesha ke uSoga noNhlebi namanye aphakathi ukubulala lento elifuthe eliphulo lengqobhoko le Christianity masihambe siyoba uthuthula lo intombi kaMthunzana. Uthuthula lo wayintokazi kaNgqika uqobo. Ingathi yabona ke edibana ehlathini hamba nezitshu uNgqika abethe ikhwelo. Intombi ke udala sasenzisa ithi bizake nenanze nengqayipha kufuneka uyezise ungumfana khona uyazi naloo nto kwezisa. Nina ndiyazi le into enyenza khona ke usikumuntu sesikuthele ngayo into le WhatsApp ezinto zivela khona intombi ilindwa ide loo nto izofuna alapha kuthi besihlala kulo mlambo sifile intombi siyazi uba ngo-2-3 at least amanzi bephile kupheka umngqusho zizawuhla intombi ndibona yapha emlanjeni phambi kule minga yabona. Wenza loo nto ke uNgqika yeza intombi kaMthunzana isombela kamandi intombi yakwaXhosa yayibona into wayenzisa wacela amanzi wayinika yabe yaqala umcimbi. Ngoku ke ngoku in the process ke ngoku kuba kunasi uNdlambe usemncinci kaNgqika nako efudukela eyawuthatha ubukhosi pheshe konke emnyameni nalo umnyama into itaturo Alexandria esiyawuthatha ubukhosi xa efika phaya iintsapho zibheka pha ukho uMthunzana uyafika kwawo uyamzeka uThuthula umfazi wakhe weshumi bafazi noDlezile ngoku bafazi bemnye uthowana ngathi kukho intokazi seyisikuliwe njalo bafazi babefuna bebekhosi bebanganinzi wayengushumi lo mfazi wesingqondo lo fasi xa efika ke ngoku uzeka lo naw ngexesha ke ngoku uNhlebi noSoga useka Teosoga lo uziqonde le bafuna ukubhuqa lo mcimbi uza nawe lo lento yengqobho ke konke lento nje uSoga abamxelele uNgqika because uyamsana nalento yena yakhonto bachwechwa namadoda uNhlebi noNansika noSoga nomyeke bawutshe emnyameni bafike emnyameni xa uthi rhatye futshane nokomkhulu bachwechisa ke ba ubizwe lenkosikazi uThuthula lo uzile uThuthula wegaqaqa ngamadolo njengaphaya bathe abantu Thuthula ntombi kaMthunzana singoNhlebi esazi ngobani sivele sisuka phesha kwenquba kaneno apha ke okwaNgqika ngoko sithunywa ngumhlekazi uNgqika alaganda ikhahlelo sakhe okokuba sizawuphuthuma kakwazi ukuphila impilo kayimanga uhlaba ungekho. Wathi uThuthula abahlekazi ndendile mxeleleni umhlekazi ba ndendile apha kodwa ke uba zithe zakhala inkuzo oqala ndingekafiki zenihambe wathi wekhwitshi uyibuyele ekhayeni yaqonda ke bafazi baninzi ayikho umyeni kunoba kwenye indlu kwele mizi yakhe wacinga athunukeka inhliziyo yakhe uThuthula ngemini wethandana nongqika wabona uba mandiwezi mthwala noma emncinci ndihambela la madoda wafika xa uzawusa kula madoda kodwa kukhutshishwe uyafika umyeni uthuthula akakho wahlaba ikhwele amaphakathi umfazi omkhulu akakho kukho into ethi uwele enxibo udukile ungqika akayazi le nto iqhubekayo xa befika phaa mhlekazi siza nenkosikazi yakhe uthuthu othukele ngaphakathi kuba bemthanda naye kodwa ke ukuze kubekho la mfazwe ka-1819 liba lizo igama lale fazwe 1819 yeah yayintoni the Battle of Malindi yabo yilo mfazwe leyo kanye uliwa uzowuthathwa uthuthula apha kwecala waliwa angenelela belungu phawule ngenela belungu ungqika wacaba ugqika lo wahamba nabelungu udlamba uyedwa udlamba bethi ikhwelo lisiya kwagcaleka kuyise kayinza yemani uyise kayenza yemani ususe ususe bulela mbalunane hayi mani nakwazi umabe uyide use wazoshabe uyide uze xa ibonga uwitsa kuthiwe ukuzanzolo nto inamba emnyama ejikele uyide uyela isuke apha ugatyana hayi mani uyise wakhe ke wathumela amadoda anqumla apha emgwala eyokuncedisa undlambe kwalacala anqumla iwota ke yayilapha kawonci xa ungathi yinyoni nantsi ihoye kula mhlango phaya edimbaza bekade phaa phambili kukho umangcwaba kukho iindulo ulapha amadoda ulapha into kamqhayithi yatshiqiza yatshiqiza umkhonto phezu komnye umkhonto yatya impethu kwathini yabo kwela thafa xa uphaa idimbazi nalo ubheka phaa iphiriphezulu yabo abakaoyiswa ke ongqika babuya naw le ndawo kangqika ndidibanisa laa ndawo ithi ube nefuthe kusandile njengoba ndingengoyokuqala uqunqiblo ube nefuthe ke kusandile yabone ngoku kule nto ye-Christianity kangangoba njengoba ebehamba nonina uSoga ezimele sesithini uthe kawabuya ke ngoku wathi kusandile uyise akamthumelele naye kaloku yesenwenile i-Christianity abedikile yabona makamthumelele uSoga lo Tiyo aze emgwala wafika emgwala fikele ezandleni zikaSandile angikolombana yaqala into uthi wathi le ndawo singamagwala umgwala lo mlambo ndikhumbuza le nto ndithetha ukuthi lo mlambo wayo lathi ngoku kufudu wasemgwala osoga basuke ebhala babeme apha sithi asimke emgwala le nto bawugitsha asimke emgwala kuba kaloku lo mgwala ngulowo elathi uSoga wathi umgwala ndisuke ke apho wabefikile uSoga in fact he must amangete ukwakhiwa kwesi sikolo for girls only encediswa i-funds from Scotland besithi Scotland i-product yethu le so masoyincedisa establish nansikapha i-development phaya emgwala uyakube kuyisikolo athi xa thetha ikuSoga seyilapha esikolo athi Magosa ethina kusandile. Akunamakho cawe ngaphandle kwesikolo kufunda. Abantu must be trained apha esikolweni. Yabona? Bazawukwazi ukushumayela izwi likaThixo. Izwi likaThixo alishunyelwa nje nangubani. Umrhanqolo pha uthi kuba yazi uPawulos wayebonga abantu baseBhayibhelini ukuthi mahambe kube bakhwasa uzabakhwasa wrong. The people must be trained. Yavuma qhubekeka ke loo nto. Sakhulu esi sikolo wakhulu uSoga kwabe uzalwa lamaxhego ayoqo 1816 ntonto kwabe uzalwa lamaxhego onina ke khona uzalwa lamaxhego onina ngoku ngaba makhulu babe lokho zima kule ndawo basecaweni uthi uba unehlangwana lo uyawuze inyama ngenyama uyaqala ususinqola xa ngena apha ecaweni yakho ngabo mama ababa ke omakhulu kumapha ke ukwazi ithi ke into yanabi into uSoga aphume awela incini indawo oqala afika unyathela kuyo ukule lali yakaThabo Mbeki yakulo Thabo Mbeki ndingathetha noba ukhona hayi ndibe ndifuna uqonda ungakanti uzele umcimbi ebesuka kuthi ulameni uSoga namagosa ngamahashi bezama uspreada ilizwi likaThixo xa bewela baqala kule lali yakulo Thabo kuthiwa yinyili xa usuka apha kuthi xa uzowela umlambo wena once uthi nje uyofika loo lali kuthiwa kusemazizini bonke ngoojado yonke laa mpi ukulo Thabo uqala kwaThabo ubuya ezawuthatha upresident wawuhlika pha eyokuxhela inkabe ebhoko kumangcwabo uyise kodwa ke ngoba besebesedutya encengwane ke ngokuyise wathi uba umuntu watisha thina wawusukazimkakhe apha emabhandleni inabile ke into kaTeosoga yanaba yangumlilo wedobo kwafundwa umgwali wayindawo yokuqala kwezicala amahayi ungalibali ke into yokuba ngexesha kunatsikwa this missionary up 1856 eClarkbury ndiza kule nto egama kamgwali eClarkbury apha yona sesikhona isikolo saqala 1836 sona ubheka eNgcobo namhlanje ngongafana ukuthi ubheke emthatha xa uhamba nendlela xa uzawufika eNgcobo laa mlambo unqumlayo kuthiwa Mgwali yazi siyafana laa Mgwali laa mlambo nabaya do ingamawisile bafike pha bathetha le nto ibithethwa nguSoga eMgwali ngamahabe phaya eMgwali umama efunda pha wayibe ebaliseleni pha le ndithetha pha wabamgwali aba ndiphumele ecala mhladolo tata besitishini apha eMonti tata lipolisa ke kwi-railway uyanase abantu bahlethile athi omama bobona idolobha bayazi ngabantu azingapha baqonda ngelo xesha wasoboniswa ke into indawo lwandle ezazindawo parking pha into ezina adibane ke nomama kutata bathi ubuza impilo ucaba utata ubuncwasa athi athethe athi mna athi umama ndiwasemgwali athi hayi ke mosiyamsa nam ndiwasemgwali athi laa Mgwali kaSoga athi ewe nomarhabe kanini thina singamawise yaqala apho ke into yaqala apho ke into kwaqaba utata hayi unyuka nengalo kwatsha kwathi into ezilohlo yazi laa nto yaqonda ndizama ukuthi ke yabe ke le nkonzo le missionary is well established ke ngoku kakuhle nje yaqonda kodwa ke hayi man ndawo nomlando lenkosi usaheli imali lo nemqondo usaheli usekakayisa usahili ngexesha uSoga esenza speed worker ngela xesha mose ngela xesha lemfazwe ngapha phesha pha nela xesha kanongqawusi. So there's a lot of strife phakakhulu, you know. Usahila ivele into kaSoga acele kusandla ba hayibo kuthiwa apho kukho umuntu noko olungisa abantu, you know, khasithumelele. Wahamba uSoga wawela wayotsho ethuthuha nangongathi ungena kwethuthuha uthetha Teosoga thuthuha pha ekubizwa ngubani ke ngoku-invite usahili kwaqhubekeka napha yakhe yehle into yabona uSoga ke ngenxa yalaa nto ifumene laa ngqele yabona kwelaa ntaba kandoda ethi balekiswa ngunina undoda esiXhosa engusonuyini ukaba yengamfuka umuntu edibene nemcawu wabhubha 1871 about 14 to age 49 or so yabona wabhubha ke wabe ke ngongapha kushiyeke unyanakhe uTeosoga uBenside kulonina yabona ungutio wekakayisikamayise waqhuba kuTeosoga uBenside apha. Mhlambe ekukhuleni kwakho ukwayiva into ethi uSoga utshisiwe ngwane mhlawumbe ndazi mandingene ke nala ngexesha kaTeosoga kubekho ungaqondani apha emgwalweni naye umfundisi. Uzabuza kutheni kaloku into uyise eyondlalela kawudlwashiye yabo. uTeosoga uthathe ibala kanina umhlophe elikaJanet yabo umhlophe. Now lo mcimbi womhlaba subona ngathi kuthethwa ngawo ukuve ukuthi naseParliament dala ukuthi umcimbi womhlaba uthethwa. Ube kumcimbi yomhlaba into ba abelungu ngathi kukho abelungu abangenayo from Germany. Ikhwinto ethi ngoku bazawunyuka laa mhlaba ifama very much against inantsika zoba umkhulu apha emgwala yaqona because ngelo xesha sebekho abantu abamnyama bakwezo abanalomhlaba oKhalmasho oTontoni oMadikane oSikhenjane orhala pha yabona yabona. So uBenside abelunga taking advantage ebala bamsondezile kuye yabona nawe uyathatheka yabona bamsebenzisa into yokuba uphume ngoko la mafama ngaphaya abuyele uthi apho wabemgwana aqala apho kungqabana very much against inkqubo kayise because uyise wayefuna uba abantu abanyama wephezu komhlaba uyise. Uyawukhumbula inkanoRhusana besiya eLondon uxoxa ngexesha lomxothela amangesi uxoxa oRhusana onke laa genge uxoxa ngomhlaba. uSoga wayekwelo delegation eyiwelile eLondon yabona emva kwabelungu 1902 bethathiwe wayoba 1890 kweka-2. Ngoku udade uSoga xa efika eBhayi ngoku abuya esikolweni ngaba yamenzela inkathazo lo sihamba ngoku nalo mhlophekazi wapolitika phaa xa ehlika inqane wathi lo mhlaba ngokuni iwoma le buphayipayi woma sekungene amadlagusha phakathi woma yabona. Uthi uSoga bapha abantu abamnyama ke apha ingabantu abamnyama nibabhekisele phi phaa kude uba nifuna uthatha umhlaba uyahamba nomcimbi womhlaba yena akhweliswe kuthiwa wenza inkathazo uba wama umuntu omnyama nomlumkazi kwathini akhweliswe ke azohlika emonti afika apho uSandile seyilungisile inqwelo azawuza ngayo yamanywabe ezinkomo mbovu eziphekileyo waza ngenqwelo yamanywabe usuka ephaya uzotshipa engwala yabona ke ngoku ndidibanisa ngohlobo ke le lithi ke ngoku unyana ngoku yena akahambi kule ndawo ubuya nguyise kwacaca uba la maxhego la kanye la nantsi utatomkhulu bawe wayephakathi kwabo utamkhulu was teaching apha seqwadi kwathiwa kuye xa ubuya ngolo hlanu kuyakasha uzuthenga ipetroli bayiduni nge-5 gallon entoni 5 litre hayi 5 gallon yabo uze nayo uyazi aboxoba khona beef yabona pha kwafetshe
bangasekhaya
babehlala pha kusuku omabombo osemkhulu bonokhona omthiwu apha kweqolweni otatomkhulu abaninzi abantu uyabona ngokuhla kuxoxa pha uba sizayenza njani le nto uxoxa into yoba makagxothe uSoga lo because ngoku umhlaba ngoku unika belungu uyaqonda nje yebutotoyini ngokwale nto ethi kuyo ke namhlanje kwacaca into yoba utamkhulu maze nepetrol kodwa mawungagityi le petrol mangawutshisa apha endlini yebo because kufa abantu mayigityisele phansi inkompini zitshepha zikhale bazawumka emgwala kangangoba ukhona sihamba sobabini nobhujoji ekucentana siye kwaSoga ubhusonwabo uyamqonda wayithi uyakhumbula sona ubhusonwabo wayithetha le mbali uba wayeyinkwenkwana nangoku kutshayo nyhani kumleza nguye phaa endlini waphelela ebuhlanti yaba yendlela yokum loo nto indibethile ke le utshaya kaSoga Teosoga ndingondisithi impost maseqamati kubekho umntu ndaqoka izandihlasa zawubethwa ngosuke ndithi mna ngomaphotha emgwana ndithi xa lona tshisa utamkhulu ndithi hayi ngoba nam andizizwa ngayazi ke ngole latshisa utamkhulu nina pha ngobusuku wakhala abantu kwathi ndithi hayi ngotamkhulu hayi mna ndiyazi ndazi kwanto into enjalo kwashiya kwacikwa shela ndiza kwinto ndithi ke kwabe ke ngolo hlobo yaqola ke lamaxhego okhalima babusha ngalo xesha mna ngobabuye zafa mnazihlekwebini ngeko ndizama ukuthi ke lowo akahambanga ngohlobo lukayise uTiyo mntu womhlaba we're very concerned yena ngomhlaba yena uTiyo ndidlule ke wabe ke ngokuyaphela inantsika yeSoga apha emgwana wazongena ngoba yelifundisi umzekelo ocoming bakhula kancane esikolo esathi after coming Moravian coming naso isikolo coming waza ke no libala zinye belungwanyana wazofika ke ngoku uchawe unansika manje umchawe manje unansika umfundisi mama uchawe ule ntombi yakwana ziyendele mama futhi mama wazofika umfundisi mama emva kokho noma mna ndiphehlele umfundisi mama akufuthi wazofika umfundisi hongo esumampondweni ezenentombi eyayinsundu ifana nokuyelwa Madlamini bahlala abantu ababhubha ngo-1955 wathi emva koko ke wazongena umfundisi Ncivu umpahla wako kwabo ke ithubeni naye wabhubha sengaphuma athi wazongena ke ngoku abesifundisana ke bonke omaka uzotsho ngoku yona into imbewu Christianity yafakwa uSoga thethiwe loo nto mhla kusenziwa 100 years centenary ngo-207 belapha abantwana bakaSoga bahamba abantu bakaSoga bayotsho kwingcwaba likamama kaSoga kulaa lali uSuthu sakubona lalali kudwa kusemajwarheni namhlanje kuba le mpi esiza nomfundi uSoga yawufaka kunona kulalali kodwa ke yilali yamajwarha le ngaphesha kulo number 3 nalamangcwaba nelingcwaba likanazi likaNosuthu Soga lipha kambe so ndicinga ukuba ndingadibanisa njani nabantu abaqondayo kurhulumente konjilike lihleli kakubi la ncwaba yabo kuba kaloku ngo-2017 sihambile sawusho thuthuva apho sawubona ingcwaba likaSoga lenziwe kakuhle wayethe umuntu apho hayi la ngcwaba lijonge kaloku natshiso abantu abangayazi into abayazi uba uSoga zangatshisela umnyanakhe bayidibanisa le nto yayibona abantu baqokele into phaa endleleni uSoga atshise emva yabona abantu banandifundisa into yokuqokelela nje uvobe ube ngafuni icawe le hayi la cawe yayiyabulala yatshisa abantu kwashiya kwacina uthuka ootatomkhulu apho kanti utatomkhulu babesentweni uthi utatomkhulu hayi mna eyam indima zawuthenga nje ipetroli andizubakho kuhla ndizama ukuthi ke ihamba imapho ke ubona namhlanje le cawe isemnyama ubona namhlanje thina abazukulwane bala maxhego sizama oko ukuba ingawile ecawe.
Evening, everyone. You've just watched a short film called Amagwali, which was initially shot in 2019 or 2018. I can't remember now, but it was like a while back. So I did a trip to Mgwali. It was, I think, my second trip to Mgwali with my colleague Sorba Tutani, where we were looking at Mgwali as a place and what it means to be there. And I met with the elder, Dr. Mapugata, who's an elder at the Presbyterian Church Ekhabe in Mgwali. The elder recently passed in December, where we went to his funeral, Nozoto. But the interesting thing was that he was a link to what we were doing, or rather like us visiting, because we didn't go to Mgwali as researchers. We went to Mgwali as wanting to understand who is in Mgwali, what are they doing? And we were fortunate because we met up with Utatu Mapugati, who was 89. So he passed on when he was 1991, when he passed on, 90 actually. So he's the one writing the history of Mgwali Randaba, who moves from Kume to Mgwali. And the intra-politics of what happened in Mgwali, with the removal of some people. And his grandfather actually was baptized by Teosoga at Mgwali mission station. So the documentary becomes important for us to think about talking to our elders about Dala and to locate and understand how they understand, or rather how they memorize or remember, and their memory, and how it complicates how we think and where we are in terms of like our own situatedness currently. So that was the documentary. If anyone has questions based on what he said, can please ask questions. Yeah, but it's open to anyone who wants to ask questions based on that. You can just raise up your hand if you want to raise up your hand, and I'll be able to answer questions with regards to the short film of Utatu Mopugat, the elder. In Gwalige, he's known as Umbongo because he was very good in rugby. Also, his other nickname was Nuche. So it was quite interesting to learn these things about him because late 2021, we went to him and he made a plight for us to go visit the grave of the mother of Soga, Nosutu, of which we did. Finally, it happened in December. By the time we went to visit his grave, we couldn't report back to him and say, hey, Dala, we managed to go to Makulu, Unosutu Soga. So it's important when you think about scholarship, when you think about the academy, as to how we frame, how we think, how we, where does the knowledge come from also. So part of the documentary was to think about that, as to give meaning to voices, agency, but also how we write actually, and how it would be complicated. Okay. Because we're online, I would have to kind of try to move to the other room because of echo. I'll carry the laptop, then move to the other side. But they're also watching the same documentary, it's just like there's like timing difference, which is happening. Otherwise, if there's no question, let's move to the other side collectively. Okay. All right. But I think also what's significant here is that he's one of the people actually who grows up in Gwale Mission in 1940. Him growing up there becomes significant, thinking about how we map out Ngwale, how we theorize about Ngwale, how we talk about Ngwale, how we situate the space and place. That is important. All right. So I'll be moving on to the other side now, because this is all live and in situ at Giles. So bear with me, guys. Also, I might just repeat some of the stuff that I've had to say to the online audience. Thank you. Okay.
You're taking questions?
Yeah. Okay, so evening everyone. So what I just watched now was a short film that we did, I think in 2019. Myself, Zodo, went to Ngwale, and with the help of Sismulelo. So just to kind of give you context to the elder passed on in December. He was 90 years old when he passed on. He was born in 1940. And his grandfather was actually baptized by the actual Soga. Yeah. So what became important for us, I think, when we know that Ndala, Bombong, as known as Ngwale, it was that he had a very particular way of thinking, also how to structure a conversation, you know, because this conversation particularly came quite very early on. But then what happened was that he wanted to kind of start editing things out later on, where he was like, did I say that? Did I repeat myself? Because he was, in a way, kind of a censoring what he might have just like, you know. But what was important was that it all happened in real time. There was real people, everyone was there. And it was like one take, one go. So, yeah, I think these are part of the conference really is also to think about how we not just kind of give agency to what gives meaning, you know, but also more so as to think around when we talk about Mugwa is the actual place. There's people who have lives, who are vested in what's happening there. So meeting him for me in Zoto was quite something moving, because going to him over and over, there was so much that had to be recorded, had to be written down, which part of it you kind of see or hear tomorrow as part of another panel. But the important thing with him also is that he was the one who gave us a link as to where Dio's his mother's is buried. Subsequently, there were like other connections with Dada also, that was reading, which then we'll talk about that in depth tomorrow, because these conversations, the time also is very important, because I think sometimes when you research in an institution, sitting on a desk, thinking you're just working, you're over, going to archive, then it shifts how we think about time.
Yeah, exactly.
And also it shifts about what becomes meaningful for him, what he remembers. Memory to him is different to what memory is to me. Memory to me is through what I engage and what I access in the archive. But this particular archive, it's not, it's what we call like the kind of a living archive. This is a typical example of a living archive, because should we miss the moment we was one of them, it just could have been, that's it. But I think the important thing is that all the connections here, it's about connecting the dots. It isn't about scholarship, it isn't about me, but it is about taking a step back and listening and hearing as to what could become of what you don't know. And I think learning sideways, as I was saying earlier, could be potentially like this, because now we have an actual new archive, which then shifts how we make meaning to what is Umgwad. Because for the first time, we actually hear about Amagwad, who came from human. And everyone today who just presented was like about Umfundis. And they never said anything about human, never said anything about Unusutu, significantly as to where she is now, located at the moment. So I think it is about, when we talk about these things on heritage and archive, it is about not just like in void or in silos. There is actual people who are actually affected and take account and accord of what needs to happen. But fortunately, we were just in time, we were just in time. But I must say also, it's in all this work, the bunch of it you will see tomorrow, it's not us. Tina, as Brian would say, we're just doing what which has already been trodden. Us is not of ours, but it has already been paved. Hence the question earlier as to why are we here? And why are we here? So these are impetus questions that when we think about tomorrow, grapple about what we, not just about Soga, but I think Reverend Muhammad himself as what he has to offer, you know, and how he complicates a whole lot of history, because how historians write and think, he complicates it. He nuances it actually, because he grows up with someone actually who knew Soga. He is a descendant of someone who would have been, he's baptized in the same church that we've seen earlier on. So it changes everything. Same with Tutuka. The two spaces are not just spaces because they meet. And I think what Tando was saying earlier about what do we think of the space not just as the physical space, but I think umoya wendawo, what do we allow to say to us? Because when we went to Uzoto actually is the one who's connecting with the rest of Mugwan, which is Sisbulelo, with Abadala. Same with the Tutuka, was about like chasing and listening to the ground, essentially, as to what it requires at this point in time. So I think Umoya Wendawo also kind of gives a sense of where you could say, where you interject, and where moments of Vuktu, because it's not your place to say anything. You don't know anything. And I think as young scholars, we are in time and moment where this is what is required, or rather like we have another challenge is to say, how do we even further carry this kind of work? And but also to who are we writing for? Who are we writing for? That's the question. Of course, like we can be all parochial and say, I'm writing for me. But you die, then what happens to that? Which is what Teosoga left with the door. He wrote at some time in the 19th century. Now we are left with all the gravitas work. And I think I had an issue with some of like what other earlier panels where people like approached more like as to what influence stands for, because I think there's something to be said about him not as devoid, and how also we understand race. Because race and land, those things are not devoid, those things are interrelated. So I think we need to think about that when we think about him also, as to what is race, what is land, and land to whom, and to what extent, to what end. And I think tomorrow's kind of a thing would kind of open up another box of Pandora. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, we are live. I had to go on the other side and listen to, because they were 5 minutes ahead of us. So I had to go get them as to they finished, then I come this side. Technology is a brilliant thing. Eh?
So can everybody hear you, even the ones on
Yeah,
YouTube?
it's all in situ.
I mean, Skombozo, that seems to me to be the most important film ever made, ever.
Why?
Definitely in terms of the archive of Soga, that is a phenomenally important film.
But if you say that, like, what he's saying in relation to what you've been doing or what you've been covering?
Well, it's that same.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's that same issue of, whose knowledge, how does knowledge become, what platform is knowledge grounded on, and how do we build newness? If we're always plumbing in the back of books, that's a different kind of thing. This film is really, really an important statement in who Sorba, what he means and what he means. Thank you so much.
I think for me, also the answers like what Melissa Majal was saying, it actually announced that for a part of it, because the way he thinks about Sorba, the way he thinks about land, the way he thinks about what is race, to him, to his family at the time. What is land? Which is something to that next commission days when we talk into it, like what is the meaning for him when you say your people displaced? Yes. What is the meaning for you if you talk about Amaqaba and Amaqapoka? So those things become quite essential to pin down and to make meaning of. Who knows and who doesn't know, what we value and what we don't. So I think what that movement really opened for us was a moment of rethinking of what we're doing ourselves. Because basically we're there with him, and we had to think that to what end exactly are we doing this thing for? Because if we don't see him, and again it goes back to what I was saying earlier, it goes along with it, so it goes along. Because now we're not talking about him in the physical, but him having transitions. So him having missed the moment of what is time also. And I think the question of time becomes impetus as to what is time to whom and what is that you want to be seen, according to whose time. Are you in time? Are you out of time? Are you off tune? Are you in tune? What is that? Because I think him having to hark back and think about that specificity. It's something very, there's an entire ethical question as to what we are all doing. What privileges me and you sitting here over him? Because he's Unda, who knows who's been, he's lived the life. And here we are, it's past 6 in Joburg, trying to be all vogue and be, be Sogawists in time. He's been, trying to be Soga. It's true, because he's the question for me also is that people who are currently seeing his work is that what is said, what does he problematize? And what do we continue not problematize? Because if he problematizes that, and tomorrow we'll just continue. So we've kind of like put these things as like these are definite things, statements, but he's very sophisticated in terms of how he talks about influence, mission, how he thinks about his Ganego. And his Ganego to whom is the victim. And I think it's Ganego, it's about Ganego Sonshaba, because earlier Utani was talking about people who were displaced, Onos Kongwane, who were there resisting in the 80s, and what they did to remain there. He's mentioning Guadre, it's the very same place where Umama Soga is actually now. The remains are. What is that? So I don't want to talk much, but I think these are questions to think about and to really think about to what extent is Soga studies, to whom is Soga studies to, and who is directed to, for whom, how, what's the form of it. It doesn't have to, we don't name it necessarily, but I think it's about the form. And the form of it is about the integrity and ethics. And that becomes the pin drop, the pin dropping. I think those things are, because there's just really quite a lot that he said that I would want to, in the morning, in fact, I would just like expand on. But thank you, everyone. Any questions? Questions? There's a lot that's said that's unpacked for us. We can slip over it because I'll take off where he ends, really. because I think for me, Zodwa, we kind of trying to understand what is the material of what is the material, not just culture, but what becomes a trace of this, and the trace, though, not that it's tangible, but that which is intangible. And how do you give language to that which is not? You can't just say this is mine, but it's those hymns that you wrote, spaces which you hold, spaces, time. So I think that we need to be moving on, essentially. You can't be parochial about it. I think the question is, what does this time call for? Not about naming what came in time, or giving a label to time. What is it called for? What becomes its bearings? Time. Is it in the morning, afternoon, evening? Have you missed time? Are you on time? Are you, so it is about time, and I think time and timing, those are two different things, and how we frame those things. Yeah. Thank you.
What do we do? Okay, is it done? You want to say goodbye? Or we...
Tomorrow we're on back again.
8 o'clock. 8.
At 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Sleep well, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.